Alrighty. We live. I think we're live. How's everybody doing? Welcome back to our latest Hurricane Helene update. We have a lot to talk about in this update tonight. A lot more information than earlier today. A lot of changes to the forecast, and we're also going to have our next National Hurricane Center update in an hour and a half with probably a bit of a different track and also intensity guidance. Some minor changes probably going to be coming out at 11 p.m. So in today's update, we're going to be going over everything that you need to know about Hurricane Helene, as it is going to start rapidly intensifying here very soon in the Gulf of Mexico as it continues to move towards the state of Florida. We're going to talk all about the impacts, the intensity, and also the track and where this will be heading. Obviously, again, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We're going to continue to keep you posted with Hurricane Helene as it makes landfall tomorrow. We're going to have several storm chasers and lots of live cams out there, and that'll be all on this stream. We'll have a lot of different stuff happening all at once tomorrow afternoon and evening. Should be a very crazy day tomorrow when it comes to what's going to be happening with Hurricane Helene, because there are going to be lots of impacts. It's not just the hurricane, it's also going to be the potential for tornadoes, flooding, rainfall. A lot of stuff is going to be happening tomorrow. So let's get right into what's happening with Hurricane Helene right now, what it's up to and where it's at in terms of intensity and where it's actually located. As of right now, this is north of Cancun. It has not moved a whole lot today. It's been pretty, it's moved a little bit, but not really too crazy. It's been moving to the north at about 8 to 10 miles per hour. It is starting now to speed up a little bit, though, as it starts to latch onto that trough a little bit more back up in Mississippi. As of right now, this is a Category 1 hurricane, maximum sustained winds at 85 miles per hour. The pressure currently is at 974 millibars. They do currently have they right now have hurricane hunters flying into the hurricane, and they are starting to pick up on some pressure that is slightly lower than this. So we are still seeing gradual intensification right now in the Gulf of Mexico as this continues to lift to the north, and we are expecting rapid intensification at some point overnight tonight into tomorrow morning, which means that we will more than likely be dealing with a major hurricane as this approaches Florida as we go into tomorrow afternoon. We are going to talk more about the forecast and all that in a second. I do want to briefly scan over the latest National Hurricane Center update because there are some big changes here. The first of which, we are currently expecting a Category 2 hurricane as we go into overnight tonight. So at some point tonight, whether that's, at 11 p.m., which is in about an hour, or if that's at, 2 a.m. or 5 a.m., we are expecting a Category 2 hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico. But the latest forecast from the National Hurricane Center has this going up to a Category 4 hurricane, which is a possibility that we've been talking about for a few days now. Obviously, if you watched our stream earlier today, if you watched any of my videos, I've been basically saying I think we're going to see a high-end Cat 3 or a low-end Cat 4 upon landfall. That's exactly what this would mean. Right now, they are forecasting maximum sustained winds at 130 miles per hour just to the west of Tampa. Now, Tampa's not going to see that high of winds, but you will at least see some tropical storm force wind gusts, maybe even up near hurricane force wind gusts. There will also be 160 mile per hour wind gusts in the dead center of this, where we have the greatest wind gust is going to be near that eye wall, and that's where we're going to be talking about the potential for maximum wind gusts at 160 miles per hour. And as this moves towards the Big Bend of Florida near Apalachicola, we do think that's going to trend all the way up into Apalachicola with upwards of 160 mile per hour wind gusts. So it is going to be a again, monster storm when it comes to intensity, as long as everything goes as forecasted, which at this point we are pretty confident that this is at least going to be a major hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico. I do want to point out one thing that you may notice right now. It does not look like a Category 1 hurricane, or at least for many of you might think, how is this even a hurricane? Well, there has been dry air that has actually been filtering into Hurricane Helene throughout the day today, and it has been struggling to really get around that. We do think, though, that the eye wall is fully closed now, by the way. So the eye wall is officially closed according to the hurricane hunters, which means that we are expecting rapid intensification to begin at least sometime in the next few hours. But the dry air component of this and the dry air kind of feeding into the eye has actually made it so it has not intensified as much as at least forecasted throughout the day today. But we still expect rapid intensification tonight with the loop current that's in place, and also with the very warm waters and the very low wind shear that we have in place across basically the entire Gulf of Mexico. So again, there's a lot of nowcasting that's going to be going into this over the next, even 10 hours or 6 hours. There's going to be a lot of nowcasting, but we do think that there is going to be rapid intensification here very, very soon. One other thing I want to point out before we go into the forecast graphics, the eye has been wobbled a little bit more to the west of where the center of the cone is. It shouldn't be a major change to the forecast in terms of landfall. We do see wobbles quite often. This has been wobbling just a little bit to the west over the last, probably about hour or so. So just a little note, but again, nothing really too crazy there. All right, before we go into the forecast graphics, I want to point out something that is insane. We currently have on the Radar Omega app, top left of your screen, we have 420 alerts. I don't know if I've ever seen so many alerts on this app in my life. So if you're wondering what that includes, just for reference, I'm going to put it all the way back to the right again. That includes 2 tornado warnings, 13 flash flood warnings. We have 1 special marine warning. We have 1 severe thunderstorm watch back up in, I think, Montana. 5 special weather statements. We have 87 hurricane warnings. That means 87 counties are under a hurricane warning. Doesn't mean we have 87 different ones. We have 304 tropical storm warnings. We have 7 hurricane watches, and then that's it. We don't have any winter storm warnings or anything, thank goodness. But I mean, yeah, it's kind of crazy how many watches and warnings we have combined. I just want to point that out. If you are using the Radar Omega app, there are a lot of watches and warnings right now. It is quite unbelievable. All right, let's jump into the forecast and kind of give you an idea what's going to be happening, what's going to be going down. Beginning with the infrared imagery, this is, again, what it looks like right now in a wide spectrum here. Again, notice the outflows that we're seeing here. These are very healthy outflows, indicating that we are going to be seeing some intensification. We have troughing back up here in the Mississippi Valley. That is basically going to slingshot this hurricane all the way back up into, like, Kentucky and Tennessee. And eventually, the Fujiwara effect is going to take over. Again, what that means is that we're going to have 2 different low-pressure systems, one of which is going to be that trough that's over the Mississippi Valley, and the hurricane are all going to combine into one single low pressure system as we go into the weekend, which essentially will just lead to more rainfall. Another thing I want to point out is the pure size of this hurricane. Again, it is huge. We already have some of the outer bands reaching Florida, so that is already happening there. We have some outer bands already feeding into southwestern Florida. Good news right now is that none of this really is too crazy. It's mostly just rain and also maybe an isolated tornado threat. You'll see at the bottom right of your screen, that's a live cam out of Cape Coral on the Cape Weather website. That is actually one of the areas that we've been seeing some wind pick up a little bit here over the last couple hours, and as well as rainfall. But again, that's what currently we're looking at with Hurricane Helene as it continues to move to the north. And this is also a closer view of it over the last few hours. Again, notice the towers that we're starting to see here. We are seeing several towers blow up near the eye of where Helene is. And what that essentially means is, and this is just basically another proof that we are starting to see intensification. A lot of these towers are going to start to wrap around that eye, and that's going to start to form a much stronger and much more definitive eye wall, I think, as we go into overnight tonight on the infrared imagery. And we should eventually start to see, again, rapid intensification really take place over the next few hours. But again, just a really sketchy looking storm to say the least right now across the southern Gulf of Mexico. Also, this is what it looks like for the closed eye wall. It's kind of hard to see, but that right there is your closed eye wall. We are currently looking at a eye wall that is currently approximately, the eye itself is approximately 25 nautical miles. So it's a pretty large area that we're currently looking at for this particular hurricane. All right, let's jump into some of the forecast graphics. I'll have to refresh a few of these. I forgot to refresh some of them. We're going to begin with the watches and warnings. Again, we'll go more into detail on this in a second. This is just the wind field. I want to show you the wind field, and then we'll go into watches and warnings. This is the tropical storm force wind field right now. Again, it is huge. It is not a small wind field at all. It is very large. Right now, it extends all the way into Cuba. It almost reaches the Florida Keys. Actually, it looks like it might be reaching one of those islands out there. But obviously, this is a huge wind field, and as we start to see this hurricane interact with that trough that's back up in the Mississippi Valley, that's actually going to elongate this wind field even further tomorrow in Florida, meaning that tropical storm force winds are going to be basically possible across the entire state of Florida. So again, this is going to be pretty big. And if I move my thing up a little bit here, you'll see, again, just kind of see, I mean, obviously it's further to the right, but you can see that circle and how large it is. I mean, it's basically taking up basically the entire state of Alabama and Georgia with how large the size of this tropical storm force wind field is. So again, Very crazy stuff. Again, this is the National Hurricane Center cone. We just went over it, but again, for just clarification, this is expected to become a major hurricane sometime tomorrow morning or in the early afternoon hours. It is likely to become a Category 3. At the bare minimum, we're thinking it's a Cat 3. We could see this become a Cat 4. That's the current forecast from the National Hurricane Center, is that this will be a Category 4 hurricane just off to the west of Tampa at 1 p.m. tomorrow. So one thing I also want to know here is that this is going to be happening at 1 p.m. tomorrow, at least from the National Hurricane Center forecast. They think that this will be a Cat 4 hurricane, 130 mile per hour winds at 1 p.m. tomorrow. You know, this isn't making landfall until about 10 or 11 o'clock tomorrow evening. So there's a chance that this could intensify further as it approaches the coastline of Florida. So we need to keep that in mind here, that, you know, we might end up seeing a bit of a stronger Cat 4. I don't really think we're going to get to Cat 5 level unless we see something really go bananas tonight, which honestly, I'm not going to rule out, but it would take a lot for this to become a Cat 5 at this point. It would take a 70 mile per hour jump in the span, or 75 mile per hour jump in the span of 24 hours. That's something that does not happen very often. Hurricane Wilma is one of the few that actually was able to achieve that. It really skyrocketed. I think it went from 70 to 175 or something within, like, I don't know, I think it was like 24 hours. So it is a possibility, but again, it would take a heck of a lot for that to actually be achieved. And also, we have tropical storm warnings in effect for North Carolina, almost all of Georgia, the entire state of South Carolina, almost all of Florida, and also also parts of southeast Alabama. Wouldn't be surprised if these tropical storm warnings go up a little bit further into southeastern Tennessee, maybe near Knoxville, or Chattanooga, I should say. But overall, that's pretty much what we're looking at for warnings and watches. Hurricane warnings also in effect in the red shaded area. That is north of Tampa, and that's also back over near Apalachicola and the Big Bend, essentially. A large chunk of southwestern Georgia. You don't see that very often, by the way. You don't always see the red area here, like southwest Georgia, for example, being in hurricane warnings. I may have just said hurricane watch. I meant to say hurricane warning if I didn't, but hurricane warnings currently in those areas. So again, make sure that you are preparing for hurricane impacts, because it is going to be a wild day tomorrow, even in Georgia. All right, let's go more into the forecast. Again, there's a lot of stuff to get to. If you guys want to see all my tabs, this is what we're looking at. All right, you see what tab I'm on right now? Look how many tabs we have to go. It is, it's kind of ridiculous. We have a lot of stuff to talk about. We haven't even gotten to the threats yet. Again, if you're wondering about tornadoes, if you're wondering about flooding, storm surge, or anything like that, we've not even gotten to that yet. So give me a few minutes. We got to get through some of these other forecast graphics, including the intensity and the track. It's pretty incredible. I have like 40 tabs open right now, including my top monitor, by the way. So good times. All right. Let's go ahead and jump into the latest HAFSA model run. This is a hurricane model. It is specifically built for tracking hurricane intensity and as well as track. Right now, this is pretty much what it looks like right now. It's about 970 millibars or so currently in the southern Gulf of Mexico. Pretty decent wind field. It has a closed eye wall, as mentioned before. This is what the HAFS model has us doing by midnight or just after midnight tonight. It has it really intensifying quickly. It drops literally 15 millibars in the span of about 6 hours. So that is a pretty dramatic drop, obviously. And this is what we're talking about when it comes to the potential for rapid intensification. It is going to rapidly intensify as it moves into this loop current here in the southern Gulf of Mexico. And as this eventually approaches the west coast of Florida, just look how this thing still picks up steam, even as it approaches the coastline. I think this model has the most realistic grasp in terms of the landfall location and as well as the pressure and intensity. I do think that this is very reasonable for where we're at right now. I think 940 millibars or so would be a reasonable landfall. With that said, we could still see this as a stronger hurricane than maybe like a high-end Cat 3 or low-end Cat 4. It's possible that we see something higher than that, but I think that this is a very realistic outcome at this point for where the hurricane is currently at. But again, rapid intensification in this sort of environment, it could go really crazy, so keep that in mind. Eventually, as we go into late Thursday night, this eventually makes landfall around 10 p.m. or so back over in the Big Bend of Florida. There is still a chance, again, that this could make landfall as far west as Panama City. So if you're in Panama City, still be preparing for direct landfall, even if you do not see direct landfall. And then anywhere back over just to the northwest of Horseshoe Beach is another area that we could see landfall. So anywhere between this area, that's where we're expecting the potential for landfall. I don't think this takes a last-second turn towards Tampa or anything like that. I think that is kind of out of the books at this point with our upper-level trough that's currently in place back over in the Mississippi Valley. This is the general consensus from the latest computer model runs, and this is the latest update. So basically, the spread right now is between Panama City and then back through areas just south of Tallahassee, just to the west of Perry, back near Apalachicola. So that's the general consensus on the landfall spot, which means we'll probably see landfall sometime around 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock tomorrow evening back over in the Apalachicola area. All right, let's jump into the impacts. We're going to begin with wind, and then we're going to go into, I think, storm surge. Yeah, storm surge, flooding, and then tornadoes. All right, we got 4 different impact categories to go through. It is going to be kind of crazy. So let's start with the wind first. And yeah, this is going to get pretty interesting pretty quickly. So we'll begin with wind. Wind is going to be probably one of the biggest impacts that we're going to be talking about out of Hurricane Helene in terms of impacts to the state of Florida. So this is what we're looking at in terms of the wind field as we go into tomorrow afternoon. Actually, let's begin with Thursday morning first, because a lot of you will wake up to at least some wind beginning. This is the wind that we're looking at by around 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. So if you wake up like a normal person, I'm not normal, by the way. I wake up at like 11. So, I mean, if you're waking up at 8, like most people do, you're looking at winds at least along the west coast of Florida around tropical storm force wind gusts. And even then, as we go throughout the morning, these winds are just going to keep increasing. The conditions across Florida are going to deteriorate really quickly. So if you're anywhere in the state of Florida, just be ready. If you have any sort of like last second things that you have to do, you really should be doing them tonight or at the latest tomorrow morning, because things are really going to deteriorate really quickly throughout the day tomorrow. Once we get closer to 1 to 2 o'clock, notice how winds really are picking up near Tampa Bay and Sarasota. A widespread area there between 50 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts is currently in the forecast. By 3 to 4 o'clock, these winds just keep increasing, and I honestly would not be surprised if the Tampa Bay area does end up picking up wind gusts as high as 80 to 90 miles per hour, despite you even being, pretty far to the east of where this eye is going to be. So be prepared for the potential for hurricane force wind gusts. Power outages will at least be scattered, I think, across the Tampa Bay area. Potentially, in some cases, they might be widespread, but I think it'll be more scattered in nature in those areas. Notice the east coast of Florida. I know a lot of you are tuning in from Miami, maybe even up near Jacksonville, perhaps from Port St. Lucie, wherever you might be. I think overall the winds are not going to be substantial there, but since we're going to have a bit more of an offshore flow in some of these areas, that could lead to some slightly higher wind gusts near the coastline, maybe 10 miles per hour over these numbers. But I think these numbers will really peak by the mid-evening hour, so probably by about 6 to 7 o'clock. Notice how those winds continue to increase in areas like Palm Bay, Daytona Beach, back up near Jacksonville. We're starting to see those wind gusts really pick up closer to 50 to even 60 miles per hour. And I wouldn't rule out some isolated spots maybe peaking near like 70 miles per hour, even on the east coast of Florida. It's not like an impossible thing to happen in this case. I mean, again, this wind field is going to be massive with this hurricane. The worst of the wind, though, is going to be really in the Big Bend of Florida as we get closer to 7 to 8 o'clock, and that wind field will really start to ramp up as we get closer to 9, 10, 11 o'clock, and eventually Tallahassee is going to be getting hammered by the wind. This particular model has peak wind gusts near the eye around 125, 130 miles per hour, so that would be basically going right there just south of Tallahassee near like Woodville, Florida. And then also back over near Perry, Florida is where we could see some very significant wind gusts. And if it makes landfall east of Panama City will at least be talking about tropical storm force winds. Potential for some hurricane force wind gusts cannot be ruled out. And then as we get closer to 11 o'clock, the wind continues to increase near Gainesville, Jacksonville, and even back up into Georgia. And then as we go into the overnight hours, this continues to move to the northeast. Okay, I think I want to go ahead and we're going to go to South Carolina and Georgia now, because I do want to cover this area too for the wind. The wind is going to be a big deal in Georgia too. I know a lot of you are tuning in probably from Georgia or even South Carolina. I can't stress this enough. The wind is going to be a big deal out of this, even if it's only a Cat 2 or Cat 4 on landfall. It doesn't really matter. The wind is going to stay pretty strong all the way inland because of this being a trough that's basically, again, the Fujiwara effect is going to take over. Essentially, 2 troughs going to merge into one. That's going to stretch out this wind field like crazy, and that's why we're expecting some pretty big conditions here to basically, again, be pretty significant in Georgia and South Carolina. So these are the wind gusts by 2 a.m. as we go into Friday morning. Notice this wind field here near Albany, back near Macon, I think is how you pronounce it, in Valdesta. We're talking about a widespread wind field here between 70 to about 90 miles per hour. So that's going to be pretty significant here across the interstate, and even near Statesboro and Savannah, we're still talking about 55, 70 mile per hour wind gusts, which will cause isolated to scattered power outages. I also want to point out that those power outages could be a bit more numerous to widespread down here in southwestern Georgia, where the highest wind gusts are currently forecasted. By the time we get closer to around 4 a.m., the winds continue to increase. Again, look at Macon. I think it's Macon. Over in Macon, Georgia. It's a weird pronunciation. Macon, Georgia. We're probably going to be talking about wind gusts near 70 to 85 miles per hour for a peak. And those winds are going to go all the way up into Atlanta. They're also going to go all the way up into Athens and even up near Greenville, South Carolina. We're going to be talking about tropical storm force winds and even the potential for really high wind gusts. Again, this is going to cause at least some isolated to scattered power outages, especially since we're going to be talking about a lot of trees.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A lot of trees are going to be, a lot of trees exist across Georgia and South Carolina. So it's pretty easy for trees essentially to get knocked down onto power lines. So just want to throw that out there. But the winds are going to be very significant all throughout the overnight hours, Thursday night into Friday morning. And then eventually as we go into Friday afternoon, things are calming down slightly in these areas. Before we go into the tornado warning, I do want to point out that wind field is currently expected to extend across several states. As we go into Friday afternoon, we are going to be dealing with a widespread area, even up into parts of Chicago and even back into southern Michigan. Wind gusts will range anywhere from 30 to 50 miles per hour during the afternoon on Friday. We could see some areas in Kentucky around 60 to 65 miles per hour. Okay, we're going to go back to the forecast in a second. We just need to check in on this tornado warning. We do have a new tornado warning in Charlotte County, Virginia. And this is looks like a pretty low top little supercell that's west of Drake's Branch near Phoenix. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. That rotation is going to be approximately near Phoenix. Let's match this up on the other radar site. Got a little bit of circulation there. No reports or anything like that in this warning, but if you're in this warning in Charlotte County, Virginia, make sure that you are seeking shelter. That is southwest of Farmville for reference. It is moving to the north at 15 miles per hour. It is a relatively slow-moving storm. Got a little bit of rotation as well back over near the Alta Vista area, and then we also have maybe a potential for some, maybe like a low tornado risk even back over near Callaway. A little bit of rotation there moving north. So a couple storms over in Virginia that are rotating. All right. Back over to the forecast. Let's go ahead and hop into something else because we just talked about the wind gusts. Let's hop over. Okay, actually, we're not done with the wind gusts. This is the current thinking in terms of the power outage threat across all of Florida, South Carolina, and all that. A couple things I'm going to note. Again, this key, I'm going to change the wording. So just ignore the key. I'll kind of tell you what everything means here. Also, this is not a tropical storm anymore, but the graphic here is still very relevant to what's happening now. The forecast has not really changed. All right. So this is the current thinking in terms of wind gusts, or in terms of power outages across all the southeast. By the way, this graphic was made by James Pettis. This is what we're looking at. So the purple area that you see here from Tallahassee back into southwestern Georgia and even back near Tampa, that is where we're currently thinking that there will be widespread power outages. It doesn't mean you're going to lose power, but you have a pretty high likelihood that you're going to lose power. So I would definitely recommend that you charge up any phones, any iPad, any iPod shuffles. Maybe you have some iPod shuffles laying around. Who knows? Any sources of light that you might have, definitely charge those devices up. Definitely phones. Make sure you have portable chargers charged up as well. Anywhere in this area, but definitely in the purple shaded area where widespread power outages are appearing likely. I would think that, back over here, even up into parts of maybe like Macon or even back near Atlanta, we could also see some widespread power outages, but it is a little bit more uncertain in those areas. Anywhere in the dark shaded area, that's where we're expecting scattered power outages. So if you're near Atlanta, west of Columbia, near Savannah, Georgia, and also back over into much of the east coast of Florida, and even back over near Orlando, we could see some scattered to perhaps even numerous power outages in those areas because of how large this wind field is going to be with Hurricane Helene. Again, it's going to be a massive wind field across the state of Florida. Even if you get 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts, in some cases, that can be enough to knock out power. So definitely going to be a good idea to make sure that you are prepared for any sort of power outage potential there. And then isolated power outages will be possible in the light red shaded area. Again, that includes areas like Chattanooga, Tennessee, eastern Kentucky, western Virginia, most of North Carolina, and also a good chunk there of South Carolina, and also eastern Alabama. All right, this is probably one of the biggest upgrades ever. And in addition to that, this is probably one of the craziest things that I've ever seen. We have never had, I'm not 100% sure on this. I'm like 95% sure. I don't think we've ever had a forecast with storm surge that has ever had a peak storm surge forecast of 20 feet. This is insane. We had a 10 to 15 feet range earlier today in our last live stream. That number has gone up now to a peak storm surge of 20 feet. many of you might not understand the significance of 20 feet of storm surge, but that's substantial. Again, it's a forecast. It's not guaranteed to happen, but it is a forecasted number right now from the National Hurricane Center. I have never seen a forecast this high for storm surge. For reference, Hurricane Ian, the forecast for that was 12 to 18 feet of storm surge back over near Charlotte Harbor. The peak I think that was measured was 13 feet. So, you know, that's kind of crazy. All right, that number I don't think I've ever seen in my life on a forecast. So, if you're anywhere near Carabel or the Suwannee River in Florida, and you're near the coastline, you need to evacuate. All right. This is what storm surge looks like. This is another graphic that James Pettis made. This is what over 12 feet of storm surge looks like. This would be over 20 feet of storm surge even for this, you know, particular house. 20 feet of storm surge is probably up here somewhere. All right. If that, and this is like right on the coastline, that's where the worst of that storm surge would be. But you don't understand the significance of this. Like, it's literally off the charts insane when it comes to storm surge. Now, again, we are not guaranteeing that you're going to see 20 feet, but if there is 20 feet of storm surge, like a house, like a 2-story house would not survive that sort of, you know, storm surge, especially along that coastline in the Big Bend. So, yeah, again, it's off the charts crazy, but again, 12 plus feet of storm surge for reference is essentially a semi-truck, you know, when it comes to that is 20 feet long. Again, I don't know why the semi-truck is upside down, but I guess it gives you a good measurement here that, you know, again, that we're talking about the potential for very significant storm surge in the Big Bend of Florida. Back to the map, though, we are still expecting anywhere from 5 to 8 feet of storm surge for our peak back over in Tampa Bay. I believe they've evacuated Zone A in Tampa, so if you're back over in Zone A of Tampa, I'm pretty sure they've evacuated that area. 8 to 12 feet of storm surge near the Anclote River back over near Chassahowitzka, I think that's how you pronounce it. 10 to 15 feet of storm surge from that place back up near the Suwannee River is the current forecast. 10 to 15 feet of storm surge between Apalachicola and Carabel. And then also even back over near Panama City, we are likely going to have an offshore flow, especially if this hurricane makes landfall off to your east. So that means basically all of the wind is going to actually push the water, for the most part, away from you. So the storm surge should be a much lower threat over there. With that said, the current thinking is that we will at least see a potential for upwards of 5 feet of storm surge over there near Panama City and also near Mexico Beach. And then also, in addition to that, the east coast of Florida, mainly from the Flagler-Volusia County line all the way back up near the South Sante River, in South Carolina, we could see up to 3 feet of storm surge. The most impacted area out of this will probably be back over near St. Augustine, Florida. That town or city is literally prone to storm surge. It's literally built on the sea level. It's kind of crazy. But again, for reference, if you heard your number in terms of storm surge and you're near the coastline, this is basically what we're talking about when it comes to storm surge on a normal or a standard 2-story home building. Or I should say a standard 2-story home, not a building, but you know what I mean, right? It's pretty crazy stuff. I mean, 20 feet again would literally just go over the roof. And honestly, like it's not worth risking your life if you're near the coastline. It really isn't. So please evacuate if you're under any evacuation orders. All right, next up is the rainfall, and then we're going to get into tornadoes, and then we'll get to questions and all that sort of jazz. Friendly reminder, by the way, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We are going to be live tomorrow for hurricane coverage when it makes landfall with over half a dozen storm chasers. And by the way, that was an update to the tornado warning if you heard that. Still radar indicated on the tornado warning in Charlotte, Virginia. But we are going to be live for landfall tomorrow, so definitely make sure you're subscribed. Click the bell icon also so you're notified when we do go live. All right, over into rainfall accumulation. And this is one of the biggest talks right now, especially for those in Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina, but it is still notable even in Florida. So current thinking is that most of the central, southern, and even northern Florida is going to see somewhere in the ballpark from about a ½ inch of rain up to about 3 to 4 inches of rain. It's a pretty large range, but we're not expecting currently anything major in this part of Florida. With that said, just make sure that you're staying weather aware. There's always a chance that maybe we get some sort of stalled, maybe outer band that's moving like south to north very slowly. That could maybe dump several inches of rain in a spot in, a few hours. So flash flooding is not impossible here. It's just a lower chance. Back over near Tallahassee, we are expecting currently in this part of Florida, that's mainly from Panama City and Destin, back over towards just east of Apalachicola near Tallahassee. We are expecting the potential for upwards of 8 to 14 inches of rain. Some isolated spots could pick up near 16 inches of rain. Now, the biggest story, I think, for Thursday night into Friday morning is going to be back up here in the mountainous region of Northeast Georgia, upstate South Carolina, and Western North Carolina. This particular area is in a mountainous region, and we are expecting substantial rainfall accumulation here. Not everybody's going to see this, but there will be an isolated chance that a few spots pick up near 18 inches of rain both Thursday and Friday. So if you're back up here in the western parts of North Carolina, or even up in northeastern Georgia, or even upstate South Carolina, you need to make sure that you are staying very alert. And if you're in these areas, definitely consider evacuating, because it could be definitely very dangerous, especially with how much rain is currently being forecasted. But currently a widespread area here is expected to see between about 8 to about 15 inches of rain, and an isolated spot or two could see upwards of, almost 18 to 20 inches of rain. One thing I do want to point out, does anybody know the National Weather Service back over in, I think it might be Charlotte? There was a National Weather Service office in Western North Carolina. They released the forecast, and it was crazy. I need to find the graphic, though. Which National Weather Service office is currently forecasting 15 to 20 inches of rain? Does anybody know? I'm going to show you guys that graphic. It basically includes like all Western. It's Greenville. Okay, let me look up Greenville, because their forecast is a little bit higher than what we're looking at here. Give me 1 second. Gotta scroll through some graphics. This is their current thinking. Back over at the Greenville National Weather Service site. I'm going to zoom in so you can see it a little bit better. So, yeah, this is pretty significant. We're looking at pretty much a widespread area here near Brevard, Marion, back over near Newland, all seeing between 10 to 15 inches of rain, pretty much in a widespread area. There could be some isolated spots that get closer to 20 inches of rain. So that's the concern right now. It's going to be a very widespread number here across both South and North Carolina. So definitely a concern for sure. All right, over into the excessive rainfall in terms of what we can expect. This is the current thinking from this is the latest here from the Weather Prediction Center in terms of how or what areas are going to be at the greatest risk for flash flooding. The current thinking is that we have a high risk right now back over in Tallahassee, basically near Apalachicola. That is where we're going to be watching for somewhere around 8 to 12 inches of rain and some isolated spots over that number. And then also back up here in Northeast Georgia, Western North Carolina, and very far upstate South Carolina. That is where we have another high risk for excessive rainfall. That area is also going to be dealing with the potential for some perhaps major and maybe even catastrophic flooding in those areas. Now, not everybody's going to see it, but those areas are at risk for that possibility as we go into tomorrow night and also into Friday. Moderate risk for flash flooding for much of eastern Alabama, back into parts of the Big Bend of Florida near Cedar Key, and then also north of Tampa, and that goes all the way back through Augusta, Georgia, and also just west of Charlotte. Slight risk does include much of the west coast of Florida, marginal threat for the rest of central and southeastern Florida. All right, the last big thing to talk about is going to be the tornado threat. Now we're going to get into questions and a lot of other updates as the next National Hurricane Center update is in 1 hour from now, so we'll have some other updates there as well. All right, let's jump into the tornado threat. This is tonight's tornado risk. It is starting to wind down for those in Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia, but there will still be a possibility for an isolated tornado or two over the next few hours before those storms do start to wind down. The tornado threat is expected to increase a little bit as we go into the overnight hours across basically the entire state of Florida is expected to see a light increase in tornado activity overnight tonight. Should be a very low risk. Just make sure that you have multiple ways to receive alerts and have a tornado action plan in place just in case you are under some sort of tornado warning tonight. Once we go into tomorrow, the risk is way more elevated. We are going to be talking about the possibility for a tornado outbreak, and we got a new tornado warning. My software has nope.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, I'll get to this real quick. We do have a new tornado warning for Boone and Blowing Rock in North Carolina. This is a radar indicated tornado warning for Watauga County, North Carolina. If you are in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Is there a different radar site here? I am not really seeing much here unless there's a different radar site that says otherwise. Okay, that's why. Yeah, right there. Okay, so we do have some rotation. This is about 4 minutes ago, so that rotation will be moving into this area near Boone and Blowing Rock in North Carolina. So again, if you're in the pink polygon, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. And then our other tornado warning is back over again in Virginia. The rotation has been somewhat broad, but if you're near Phoenix, be in your safe place. That is Charlotte County, Virginia. All right, so the two tornado warnings here, those are the pink boxes. All right. All right, back into the tornado risk. Again, we have a 10% tornado risk for parts of South Carolina and Georgia. That yellow area, that's where we have a 5% tornado risk, and then the 2% is in the green. We are expecting several tornadoes tomorrow, and that will happen pretty much all day. There will be some peak times, but they're going to be kind of on and off. They're not all going to happen. They're basically all going to happen at different times, I think, but there will be phases, I think, in terms of the outer bands. Like, we'll have one outer band maybe at like 10 o'clock, the next one at 2, the next one at like 8, whatever it might be. That's kind of what we're going to be looking at tomorrow. There will be a phase, I think, to a lot of the tornado risk tomorrow in the southeast. There's your 10% tornado risk, and we are going to talk more about that here in a second. This is the NATOcast outlook, which again, this usually does overdo tornado outlooks for hurricanes, but I just want to show you anyways because I do think it has a good grasp of where the greatest risk for tornadoes will exist. And right now it has that yellow and pink area basically all over here in South Carolina, Georgia, and into very far southern North Carolina. I think this is a pretty realistic outlook, at least when we're talking about where the highest probability for maybe a few tornadoes will exist. But that area in particular, I think will have the best chance for maybe some tornadic activity. And then as we go into Flying Fences Friday, we do have another risk for a few tornadoes back over in North Carolina, Virginia, South Carolina, and even parts of Kentucky and Tennessee, with a very low-end risk, I think, for tornadoes back over in Kentucky and Tennessee. But a more elevated risk will exist, I think, here in eastern North Carolina. Wouldn't be surprised if that risk for tornadoes gets upgraded for Friday. And so, yeah, we'll talk more about that probably in tomorrow's live stream, since I don't think I have model data that goes out too far into the future there. But all right, let's go and hop into the future radar for tonight. Again, some of these outer bands will continue to move inland across Florida. Wouldn't be surprised if we got an isolated tornado risk maybe back down here in southeast Florida. Again, relatively low risk, just something to watch for. By the time we wake up tomorrow morning, storms are going to be starting to really intensify with the outer bands, but we're going to be watching, I think, a couple areas for the greater tornado risk. Let me pop over to this screen just so we can full screen this real quick. There we go. This is a little bit easier to visually see. So the one area that I'm looking at tomorrow morning that might produce a couple of tornadoes would be back over here in eastern Georgia and southern South Carolina. So those areas, I think, will have a potential for a couple of tornadoes during the morning hours with a few storms that are coming offshore. We could also see that maybe just off the coast of Jacksonville as well. By the time we go into the afternoon hours, that is when these outer bands will start to reach the west coast of Florida. That is where a more elevated tornado risk is going to exist. So if you're near Tampa, Sarasota, maybe back near Cape Coral, we are expecting the potential for a few tornadoes in those areas. And then once we get closer to around 6 o'clock or so, this threat continues to move up the west coast of Florida. That could go again further to the east. We'll have to wait and see what happens tomorrow. That's why there's a larger tornado risk. A little bit uncertain of where these storms will exactly line up, but we do think that'll be one of the areas that we see at least a few tornadoes. And as we get closer to about 9 to 10 o'clock, storms continue again in Florida. Those outer bands are where we're going to be watching for the tornado threat. Landfall around 9 or 10 o'clock again in the Big Bend. We just talked about that. Again, if you want more details on that, just go back a little bit in the stream. And then back over in Georgia, maybe a few supercells producing a couple of tornadoes up that direction during the mid to late evening hours. And then as we go into the overnight hours, that tornado threat will start to shift further to the north, up into South Carolina, and then also into northern Florida. And then as we go into the morning hours, those storms are all moving up into North Carolina and South Carolina, where another round of a few tornadoes will exist on Friday. We'll hop into Friday real quick. I wasn't going to, but we will anyways. This is what it looks like for Friday morning. So again, a few of those storms moving up through North Carolina, and then eventually after lunchtime, they continue to move towards Virginia, and then the tornado threat, I think, dies down after about 5 or 6 o'clock on Friday, and then by Saturday, we are done with that threat. A couple other things I want to go ahead and jump into. Let's go back to here. This is the latest graphic that we have right now for evacuations for Helene. This was made a little earlier today, but I think it's pretty relevant still. There are currently mandatory countywide evacuations in Taylor, Wakulla, and Franklin counties in Florida. And then there's also mandatory evacuations for certain areas in some of the surrounding counties up here in the Big Bend. That's near Dixie County, Leon County, back near Liberty and Gulf counties. And also includes, I think, Tallahassee is also included in one of those mandatory evacuations for certain areas. And then also back over in parts of like the Tampa Bay area near Hillsborough and Pinellas County, Hernando County, Pasco County, Manatee County, and Sarasota counties. There are some evacuation orders for certain areas. Again, not everybody's currently in those. And then we also have voluntary evacuations for certain areas, which includes more of the Big Bend of Florida. Aside from that, nobody on the East Coast right now under any sort of evacuation orders from what we know right now. Again, this is a few hours old. Definitely check with your local officials for the latest, but that's what we're looking at right now. And yeah, that's what we're looking at in terms of evacuations across the state of Florida. One last thing I want to show you, or actually two more things. The first thing is that this is the history of hurricanes making landfall over the last 10 years in Florida. These are Cat 3 or higher. This will have a very similar track to Idalia, at least when it comes to almost making landfall. It'll kind of go up and then turn a little bit last second, more towards, I think, the Big Bend, near like Apalachicola, and then it's going to move more inland. On the flip side of things, Idalia was a little bit different. A jet stream kind of took this one more out to sea, but that made landfall as a Cat 3 in Big Bend of Florida, but pretty similar, I would say, to Idalia. The only difference between Helene and Idalia is going to be the size and probably the intensity upon landfall. The size of Idalia was about 2.5 times smaller than Helene. So let me put that in another way. Helene is massive. That's the other way to put it. Helene is 2.5 times larger than what Idalia was. So that's one thing I want to point out there. We also had Hurricane Michael in 2018, Irma, which caused widespread power outages across Florida in 2017, and then we had obviously Ian back in 2022. That was another notorious hurricane in the recent history of hurricanes in Florida. Last thing I want to show you, this is a simulated infrared imagery look as we go into tonight to tomorrow on the HAFS-A model run. And that might be what it looks like before landfall tomorrow afternoon. That's what you saw in the thumbnail, by the way. That right there. Or you probably saw that. I don't know what the thumbnail is. I can't remember. But yeah, that's essentially what this could be looking like tomorrow. So, yeah. It could be a nasty, very nasty looking hurricane tomorrow. And go back over to here real quick. Also do wind on this. Wind currently still expected to be very significant on the east side of the storm. I'm going to try to go to the HAFS parent. Let's see what we can do in here real quick. Here's another view of that infrared. Just kind of see how it explodes tomorrow. And that eye is really definitive. Again, the eye is approximately like 25 miles wide or something, so it's pretty wide. So, yeah, I think that's another thing that we can look at. But as a reminder, again, the eye wall has closed as of approximately 45 minutes ago or so, maybe 50 minutes ago. And what that basically means is that there's not going to be much left for this to be weakening from, unless we got wind shear, which we're not expecting any significant wind shear before landfall. So what that means is that rapid intensification is expected to ramp up here over the next, really, couple or even few hours. So we are expecting this to quickly intensify. As of right now, it is still a Category 1 hurricane, maximum sustained winds at 85 miles per hour. It is likely to become a Cat 2 overnight tonight, and then a Cat 3 by tomorrow morning, and then probably a Cat 4 after that. But this is what it currently looks like. I'm going to be honest, it doesn't look fantastic, but I mean, again, it's in a very favorable environment. The dry air is the only thing that has been hurting this over the last little while. It's been hurting it actually all day. We thought it would be more of a short-term threat. It's been there for a while. Let me check out the National Hurricane, or let me look at the Hurricane Hunters. Check those out and see if there's any update there. I mean, the Hurricane Hunters are currently inside of this. So this is the latest from the Hurricane Hunters. 973 millibars has been measured 3 times in a row, or 2 times in a row here. That is literally, I think, the pressure that we're at currently. Is it not? Yeah, we're at 974, so like a 1 millibar drop here over the last like 3 hours currently being observed. This is the graph. Let me put it into this view. What we're looking at is the wind speed. The maximum flight level wind speed that the Hurricane Hunters have been measuring is just under 70 knots, which would be a low-end Cat 1 hurricane, if that's verified. So, I don't know. Dry air seems to keep hurting this. Hopefully that continues. I don't know, man. This is a very weird hurricane. I gotta say, I personally still think this thing goes big tomorrow. If the dry air continues somehow, then I mean, maybe we wake up with a bit of a different story. But for right now, the forecast is again a pretty significant hurricane for Florida. So I'm not going to doubt my forecast. I still think high-end Cat 3 upon landfall. Low-end Cat 4. By the way, we do have lots of live cameras that we're going to have up during this hurricane tomorrow for landfall coverage. As a reminder, we are going to be live sometime tomorrow. I'm not sure what time yet, but we'll be live for hurricane coverage upon landfall. So make sure, again, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. It's the red button. It's free to do. Subscribe, click the bell icon so you're notified when we go live tomorrow. We are expecting to be live for a pretty good amount of tomorrow. Probably not the entire day, but a pretty good amount of tomorrow, at least covering the most major impacts. One thing I want to point out is that we have several live cameras on the Radar Omega app. These are all right near or along the beach. So we have 6 different Radar Omega mesovorts that are currently available, and if you're a subscriber on the Radar Omega app, you can access these. You can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. This is one of the cameras. There is an ocean here. You just can't see it. It's right over here. The ocean's out there. I know you can't see it, but it's over there. Trust me. It's there right now. Tomorrow, it's going to look a whole lot different there, and then this is another view. You can actually see the ocean a little bit better right here. The rock wall. So this is another camera that we're going to have. That's back over in Jenna. We also have one in Horseshoe Beach. We got 2. We got 1. Is there a bench here? I can't tell. But we got 1 back over south of Keaton Beach, Florida. So this is 1 camera. And we have another one in Keaton Beach, Florida. Which this one is like propped to like a building. So you can see right over here on the right side of your screen. There's actually this is propped to a building. So we're going to have another view off the coast here with the storm surge coming inland tomorrow. And then all the way back over into the Apalachicola area, we got a camera back over in Carabel. This is what it looks like right now. It's actually raining there right now. And then we also have one back over in the Apalachicola area. I'm not sure what happened here. Are these spider webs or is this something else? I can't tell. It looks like spider webs. I could be wrong. That's another one just southeast of Apalachicola. So 6 different cameras there. We're going to have about half a dozen storm chasers tomorrow, maybe a little over that. So it should be a very interesting day tomorrow for sure. So highly recommend you subscribe to the channel, as we'll be live again tomorrow. All right, let's go ahead and get into questions. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. And again, friendly reminder, also make sure to follow us on Twitter and Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. We're going to continue to post updates on those platforms as well. And let me just check Twitter to make sure I didn't miss anything here. Okay. Thank you, Jenna, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Angela, as well. Thank you, David, for the 4 months. Thank you, Kristen, for the $10 super chat. When I moved to the Smoky Mountains, I did not have preparing for a tropical storm on my bingo card. I live on a motorhome in western North Carolina. I am in the hotel for the next 3 nights. I'm glad you're taking that precaution. You know, a lot of people are probably not going to, which is not really a great idea, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Because, again, the rainfall that we're going to see on both Thursday and Friday is going to accumulate very quickly. And we're also talking about, again, mountainous regions here in both North Carolina, very far northeastern Georgia, and even in upstate South Carolina. So, yeah, you definitely need to make sure that, you know, play it safe. Again, if you have a way to play it safe tomorrow or Friday, do that. Don't try to ride this out wherever you're at if you think that you're at danger of substantial risks, whether that is your home being destroyed or heavily damaged or potentially, you know, flooded out or whatever it might be, or, you know, obviously storm surge. Definitely play it safe if you can. Thank you, Badco, for the super chat. Thank you, Ali, also for the super chat. No problem. Yeah, we only have ads when you click on the stream. We don't have ads during the stream. So there are obviously other stations or whatever that have ads like every few minutes. Thank you, Greg, for the super chat. Thank you, Vicky, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Mark, for the super chat. It's gonna be a long night. Money for takeout. I appreciate that. Thank you. It is gonna be a long night. It's gonna be a very interesting night too. It's gonna be interesting to see what we wake up to tomorrow morning, I think. This is the 3D view here of Hurricane Helene. You can see it spinning right now. Lots of convective towers bubbling up right now too. Thank you, Tonester, for the super chat. Do you think this will be a hurricane by the time it reaches Albany, Georgia? Yes, I do think this will still be a hurricane. If it's a Cat 3 plus on landfall, it will still be a hurricane all the way up into Albany. It'll eventually weaken into a tropical storm, probably by like Macon, sorry, in Macon, Georgia. So I do expect this to continue to stay as a Cat 1 or so, back up near Albany, and then eventually as it approaches Macon, it'll probably be a higher end tropical storm. This is the current intensity forecast. I'll plop it onto the screen. That's the wrong thing. That is also the wrong thing. There we go. So this is the current forecast from the National Hurricane Center. They still have this actually as a Cat 1 all the way up near Albany and even past that. They have it at 85 mile per hour sustained winds and 100 mile per hour or 105 mile per hour wind gusts. So that's kind of crazy, not gonna lie. Thank you, Enraged, for the super chat. I think the path that we're going to see tomorrow is more than likely going to be somewhere up here again between Panama City and approximately like Perry, Florida for a landfall. I don't think we're going to keep seeing it shift that much more to the west or east. Like there will be some wobbles. It's possible that it makes landfall here. It's possible it makes landfall here, you know, whatever it might be. But, you know, the general idea here is that we're going to see landfall somewhere in this cone of uncertainty that the National Hurricane Center has put out here. And this is what it looks like, basically between Panama City and Perry, Florida. And so between that area, landfall is going to be somewhere in there. And so if you're anywhere between this area, you need to be prepared for direct landfall, no matter what. So again, it could shift west or east tomorrow, but you need to be prepared for this hurricane making landfall in this cone of uncertainty. So the worst impacts for like Live Oak will happen if it makes landfall near Cedar Key, or sorry, not near Cedar Key, near Perry, and also for Gainesville, how worse impacts. Worst impacts will be felt in Panama City if it makes landfall right near Panama City. I know it sounds really self-explanatory, but I think people do get confused sometimes with the cone of uncertainty, thinking that this hurricane is only going to make landfall here and it's only going to impact this area. That's not true. It could make landfall anywhere in this area, and the impacts could be vastly different between where it makes landfall. Thank you, Avery, and also for the super chat. Thank you, Ellie, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Eastbound, for the super chat. Can you explain why the storm is forecasted to go into Tennessee and Kentucky instead of riding up the I-95 corridor like most Gulf storms? Yes, I can. Again, this is all a part of the Fujiwara effect. Everybody ask in the chat, what does that mean? Well, what that means. Let's go ahead and jump into it. I've talked about this in every single video this week, and this is why it's going to be steered this way. So most hurricanes that we've had in the past, we have a jet stream that is dipping down to the south with troughing, or we have a ridge out in the Gulf, or sorry, not in the Gulf, in the Atlantic Ocean. One of the two things happens, all right? That's what usually steers it up the coast of the United States. This one's completely different, though, because we are dealing with a cutoff low, which means it's a closed low not attached to the jet stream that's back over here in the Mississippi Valley. And you might be thinking, why would it still be going back over into Tennessee and Kentucky? Well, troughs are usually going to spin like this. Right? That's what we're usually looking at. That means that this hurricane is going to get absorbed by that upper level trough, and it's literally going to turn right into this. It's going to kind of basically be a slingshot around it, kind of like a slingshot around the moon, if you will. And that's what we're going to be seeing as we go into Thursday evening into Friday morning. It's basically going to slingshot right around that cutoff low, and it's going to become one large low pressure system as we go into late Friday night into Saturday morning. So that's what we call the Fujiwara effect. It's not very common. It's pretty rare, actually. And so that's one of the reasons why a lot of people don't know what this even is and why this is even happening. But that's why we're going to see that trough go, or that hurricane go right into this trough and basically become one large storm. So that's why we're going to see that. The good old Fujiwara effect. I am so behind. Thank you, Ellie and Momo, for the super chat. Thank you, Josh, for the super chat. I hope you know the best outcome for Alabama. I think it'll be all right, but tropical storm force wind is going to be a possibility for sure. Thank you, Faith, for becoming a member. Thank you, Ellie, for the 5 months. Thank you, Marla, for becoming a member. Are we going to be safe in North Carolina, wind-wise? In western North Carolina. Let's check out the wind gusts again. So again, just an estimate. It's not guaranteed to happen, but this is an estimate for those in North Carolina. Western North Carolina going to range from 40 to 55 miles per hour. I think the higher elevations will have a better shot at maybe upwards of 60 to 65 miles per hour. So, yeah, that's what I'm currently thinking right now for the western tier of North Carolina. Wouldn't be a bad idea if you can move that RV, maybe, you know, go somewhere else, or maybe just play it safe for the day or whatever it might be. High ground is, okay, I didn't notice this, but apparently you're on high ground, so it is definitely a better idea to probably go more, you know, to the east if you're able to. Just as a precaution, if you can. Thank you, John, for becoming a VIP Velocity member for 2 months. Would you ever do a raffle to golf with a fan? I don't know, man. Maybe. I might. I don't know. I didn't actually think of that. Thank you, Jerry, for the super chat. Thank you, Becky, for becoming a member. Thank you, Angela, for the super chat. Thank you, Grim, for the $10 super chat. Any chance this reaches a Cat 5 for landfall or track further east. I'm in Daytona Beach. Ian was very strong as a Cat 1. I think Ian for okay, so I'm gonna kind of put this into perspective because you obviously have gone through Ian. I think Ian and Helene are gonna be similar in terms of wind speeds for Daytona Beach. I think rainfall is not going to be really a problem, though, for Daytona. I think, you know, basically the entire east coast of Florida is going to be dealing with maybe a half an inch up to maybe a couple inches of rain. Like, it's not going to be that significant. So, in my opinion, I think the worst of the rain, again, still going to be well off to your west. Even if this took a more easterly track last second, which we're not expecting, but even if it did, I don't think things are really going to change that much aside from wind. I think wind is really the biggest concern there. Flooding probably will not be, so... Thank you, Josh, for the super chat. West of Dothan. Oh, west of Dothan. Okay, that's over here. You're probably going to be dealing with tropical storm force winds, even if this does make more of a westerly landfall. More of a tropical storm force wind threat if you're just west of Dothan, near Malvern. Where's Malvern at? Oh, it's right here. Yeah, more than likely high on tropical storm force winds, maybe low in category 1 force winds. That's why you're kind of on the cusp here of that hurricane warning. Thank you, Michelle, for the 3 months. Thank you, Jamie, for the super chat. Thank you, Eastbound, for the super chat. Thank you, Ashley, for becoming a member. Thank you, Wick, for the 1999 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Wick. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, K-Jack, for the 25 months. Appreciate that. All right, I'm getting back to chat now. I caught up on notifications. All right, I'm going to answer questions in the chat. Hopefully. Hopefully. How's everybody doing tonight? Hope everybody's staying safe. Okay, Connor, sounds good. I don't know if you're here. That sounds good. If he's still alive, I will. Hey, by the way, Dylan and James for the Venmos. Okay, I caught up on everything. All right, let's see. When is it going to make landfall? Landfall is currently expected between about 8 p.m. to about 11 p.m. tomorrow evening. I could see it making landfall like an hour plus or minus on that time frame, but I think that'll be the general landfall time. The RRFS model, which is not a hurricane model, but I've been using this for mostly just threats, has it making landfall near 10 p.m. There are several other models that have this making landfall right in that same ballpark, right around like 8 to 11 o'clock. So I think our landfall will be in that area, that range. Thank you, DK, for the super chat. No, it was not. Ian came from like the Atlantic Ocean. That was a different tropical wave. Thank you, John, for the super chat. Port Richey, north of Tampa, needs to evacuate. If you are under an evacuation order, then yes. If you're not, and it's like voluntary or something like that, I think you'll, just, it depends on your situation, really, more than anything. Will the hurricane remnants hit Michigan? Southern Michigan will have some higher wind gusts, I think, Friday night into Saturday morning, but aside from that, it's not going to be anything significant up there. Thank you, Hell, for the $4.99. Auburn, Florida, or Auburn, Alabama. I cannot read. Auburn, Alabama. Probably going to be mostly tropical storm force winds. Aside from that, not really expecting many threats. Our greatest tornado threat will be mostly, again, across really Florida, Georgia, back into South Carolina and North Carolina over the span of the next couple of days. And then the wind threat, obviously the greatest in the red boxes. Those are your hurricane warnings. And then flooding threat is going to vary, but flooding threat greatest in the mountainous region, then also back over in the Big Bend of Florida. Okay. Thank you, Ashley, for the generous $20 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Ashley. Hey, no problem. Stay safe. Truly, for anybody that's in Florida, anybody in any of these states, I hope everybody's at least taking the proper precautions. I hope everybody's prepared for this. There's always going to be somebody that's not prepared for this, but I really hope everybody's prepared for this because, again, worst case scenario is that we're talking about a Cat 4, Cat 5 landfall tomorrow. Best case scenario is that this dry air continues to keep this thing a bit weaker and maybe we only have like a high-end Cat 2 or a Cat 3 on landfall. But I think at this point, I think personally, again, my forecast, I'm going to stick with it, even with the trends that we're seeing right now. I'm still thinking high-end Cat 3, low-end Cat 4 on landfall in Florida. The National Hurricane Center will have their next outlook in approximately 35 minutes. So we're just going to kind of await that and see what happens and see what their latest update is. Then you call me for becoming a 5-month VIP Velocity member. Hoping it doesn't do what it's projected to do. I'm in the same boat. Literally, I don't want this to happen. Nobody wants this to happen. All right, nobody. Like I would rather this just die. I don't know how it's gonna happen, but it would be way better if this thing just died out and we wake up tomorrow morning to bright sunny skies in Florida. I'm using my imagination here. It's obviously not gonna happen, but you know, we can only hope. Thank you, Steven, for the super chat. Sarasota will be mostly storm surge. Probably around 4 to 7 feet or so in terms of storm surge in Sarasota, and then maybe an isolated tornado or fishnado threat over in those areas, and then tropical storm force wind gusts around 60 to 70 miles per hour. Thank you, Jay, for the super chat. I live in Huntsville, Alabama. Where's a good place to go chasing this week? Are you talking about for the hurricane? I'm gonna be honest, guys. If you've never chased in your life, I don't recommend chasing this at all. I think Connor Croft, Freddie McKinney, anybody else that's chasing this is just crazy. I don't know, man. I would never chase a Cat 3 plus hurricane. Like I kind of had thoughts about it earlier, and now I've thought about it more. I'm like, that sounds awful. It just does not sound exciting. Like I get chasing tornadoes, but chasing a hurricane, man, I can't imagine. I feel like it'd just be. I'd be scared for a hurricane. For a tornado, I wouldn't be. But for a hurricane, I would be. I don't know why. It's, I guess, just my mindset. I don't know. Thank you, Modern, for becoming a 4-month member. Thank you, KJ, also, for becoming a 4-month member. Thank you, Daniel, for the $10 super chat. Also, thank you, Enrage, for the super chat. With every update shifting the path west, what is the risk for Walton County? All right, let me go to this and pull up the evacuation order map because it has it there. Where's Walton County? Walton County's all the way back over up in here, for those that are wondering. So back over like near Panama City. I think your main concern back over in like that part of Florida will be mostly just tropical storm force wind gusts and a little bit of rain. Aside from that, it's just gonna be kind of a windy day. So I don't think we'll have too many major impacts there. This chat is flying. I gotta turn on slow mode. It's already on, but it's obviously not slow enough. I cannot read chat anymore. Hey, Jay, for the super chat. Thank you, Wesley, sorry, for the $20 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Wesley. Hey, no problem. Appreciate you tuning in. If I miss super chats, by the way, I'm sorry. This chat is insane. This is way faster than earlier. Thank you, Thomas, for the super chat. Will be safe to drive between Atlanta and Greenville, South Carolina, Thursday morning at 8 a.m. Atlanta to Greenville? Yeah, you should be fine. I mean, there might be some, like, rain. Maybe some wind gusts, but it will be pretty normal conditions, in my opinion. Just a rainy kind of day. Let's go refresh infrared real quick on this. We are starting to see more of an eye forming. Again, the eye wall has formed. Again, the hurricane hunters have confirmed that there is an eye wall now. And so we are starting to see the deeper convection, the very cold cloud top starting to wrap around that eye more. So this thing is, I think, starting to really ramp. I think it's really going to start ramping up over the next few hours. Despite there being a lull in intensification recently, I still think this thing's about to go pretty crazy. Indiana should be mostly just 30 to 45 mile per hour wind gusts Friday afternoon and evening, and maybe a little bit of rain in southern Indiana. That's about it. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, let me check tropical tidbits. We'll check out the hurricane recon data. Thank you, Vera, for the $30 Venmo. Put some W's in the chat for Vera. I appreciate the generosity. No message, but I do appreciate the generosity. Thank you. Okay, let's check out the recon data. This is the latest from the hurricane hunters. They're still flying through the hurricane right now. Fun fact. One of my professors, I'm pretty sure, is on one of these hurricane hunter aircrafts right now. I think it might be this one. I don't know where it started though. It might have actually been this one. It was one of these two, I think. I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, one of these two flights, my professor is actually on right now. He's flying drones into the hurricane. It's pretty cool. Flying drones into it. He's been doing a lot of test runs and stuff. Pretty interesting. Thank you, Murax, for becoming a 1-month member. Appreciate that. Thank you, Hammy, for the super chat. 100% agree. Thank you, Jocelyn, for the super chat. How will Louisville be affected? Louisville should be mostly just wind and rain. Wind gusts up to like 50 to maybe 60 miles per hour for a peak, and that should be the main concern. Thank you, Becca, for the super chat. How far east and south will the tornado threat extend? Depends on where you are. I mean, this is a tornado threat for tossing trampolines on tall trees Thursday. So again, the greatest risk being in the yellow and orange. That's going to be from central and northern Florida back into South Carolina. A much more isolated tornado risk in the green area, the dark green. That's from North Carolina back into southern Florida. And then for flying fences Friday, we have another risk for maybe a couple of tornadoes, maybe even a few. I think a slight risk will be issued for the eastern part of North Carolina for Friday. And we'll have another chance for a few tornadoes during the morning and afternoon. Tall trees bending tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow we're going to have more than just tossing trampolines. We're going to have full-blown trees literally just being tipped over. And for those that are wondering about tossing trampolines on tall trees Thursday, for those that are new viewers to the channel, we even have a little key here for flying trampolines. And across the state of Florida tomorrow, we do think we are at a gone forever risk. This is the highest risk that you can get on the flying trampoline meter. And we think we're going to have a lot of flying trampolines tomorrow in Florida. So make sure you hatch down your trampoline. There's 17,000 of you. There's probably at least one of you that doesn't have a trampoline hatched down in Florida right now. And even in Georgia and South Carolina. Hatch down those trampolines. You can see some flying trampolines out there. You might see the trampoline that you have might be in another state or maybe even another country or maybe even in a body of water tomorrow if you don't hatch it down. So definitely recommend you hatch those trampolines down. By the way, those are all real photos, if you're wondering. Those are not fake. Those are all real photos. Most of them were taken in March of 2023 from the Texas severe weather event that we had. That was what I called the great flying trampoline outbreak of 2023. So, yeah. All right, let me go back over to the tropical tidbits. I want to look at that graph real quick. Yeah, this is their latest graph flying through. They're still measuring pressure a little above 970 millibars, so it hasn't really intensified too much. But we'll see what they say in their next outlook, which is in about 25 minutes or so. I have so many notifications on my phone. I'm not going to be able to get to any of those. My phone is spammed. Thank you, Byron, for the super chat. Atlanta will be mostly rain and wind. Let's go back over to the wind and rain for Georgia. I haven't really done Georgia and South Carolina a whole lot in this live stream. I just want to run through this one more time for the wind and the rain. So this is the current estimated wind gusts as we go into Friday morning. Look at the timestamp top left of your screen, 3 a.m. Winds are really going to be surging here across southern and central Georgia. Valdosta will probably peak near 100 mile per hour wind gusts as we go closer to midnight, which means a lot of trees are going to be falling. It's going to be a pretty good idea for you to stay on the lowest floor possible during the entire duration of the hurricane force winds in Georgia and Florida. As we get closer to 3 and 4 in the morning, the winds really start to ramp up near Athens and Atlanta. And then by 5 to 6 in the morning, they continue to move up into parts of northeastern and eastern Georgia, and then eventually by 7 to 8 in the morning, they will continue to move to the north. Atlanta will probably peak somewhere around 60 to 70 miles per hour, would be my guess for wind gusts. So, scattered power outage is a possibility there. And then in terms of total rainfall accumulation, this is one model, but I'll show you anyways, just a kind of a general estimate. I'll probably just show you the actual rainfall graphic in a second, but this is what we're looking at for rainfall accumulation in Georgia and South Carolina for the next few days. Again, greatest rainfall will fall up and down southwestern and even through northern Georgia, and then back over to the higher elevations. A few spots will be upwards of 15 to 20 inches of rain in some isolated locations. That does include parts of North Carolina as well. And again, this is the official forecast from the Weather Prediction Center right here. And so they are still indicating that those higher elevations could see anywhere between 15 to 20 inches of rain in some isolated locations. Kyle, I'm not planning on evacuating now. I'm going to be in the studio for this coverage. Hopefully we don't lose power. If we do, I don't know what to tell you. Thank you, Hannah, for the super chat. Is there a chance that the path could impact the Outer Banks. We just got here on vacation. Where are the Outer Banks? I need a quick little... I'm not sure what Outer Banks we're talking about. We're talking about, like, North Carolina? I'm guessing that's what we're talking about. We never talk... We hardly ever talk about the Outer Banks on this channel. That's how little we ever... Okay, that's North Carolina. I was about to say, we never talk about the Outer Banks, because, like, that's always, like, never a place that we cover in live streams. Or even in videos. It's never really talked about. Okay, so... back over in the Outer Banks, I don't really expect much to happen there, aside from some higher wind speeds, like wind gusts. But that's really about it. Maybe a couple... I think on Friday, there will be a more elevated chance for a few tornadoes. I think Friday will be the main day to watch for in North Carolina. Where is that graphic? I don't know where it went. I'm just going to go back to this. Zoom out. Boom. Bada bing, bada boom. So again, this is what it looks like for Friday. Some of those outer bands from the remnants of what we're going to have with Helene will bring some showers and thunderstorms on Friday across the state up into the Outer Banks as well. Might even see a water spout on your vacation. You never know, but there will be a potential for maybe a couple or a few tornadoes there in North Carolina on Friday. So that's the current thinking. Put some W's in the chat for John with the $100 donation through the donation link. I appreciate the generosity. Put some W's in the chat for John. Keep up the great work. Alabama Extreme Weather, Severe Weather blog. Appreciate you with the generosity. Put some W's in the chat for John. We haven't gotten a donation on that donation link in over a month, and I thought it was broken, but it looks like it's working. So appreciate the donation. Thank you, KJ, for the super chat. When is the weather doxing Max's phone? Fun fact, that's actually happened before on a live stream, so it might happen. Who knows? Thank you, Ben, for the super chat. Thank you, Jenny, for the super chat. My daughter has the biggest crush on you and swears to marry you one day. Okay. Appreciate this. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you, Aishan, or Aishan, I think, for the $9.99 super chat. How bad will it be in Tallahassee? Tallahassee's going to hit pretty hard, I think, with wind. That'll be the greatest concern. So, wind gusts probably upwards of 100 to 120 miles per hour in that area. This particular model has them peaking around 120 right in the Big Bend, but that could also go a little bit further inland than what it currently shows here. She will have to fight for me for Max's love. That's fantastic, guys. I know I've never had a girlfriend in my life, but I'm currently not looking. I do appreciate it though. I'm currently focused on weather and I guess college, and that's about it. So. Great goals, I know. All right, let me look for again. If you have any questions, feel free to feel free to lose those in the chat. Feel free to put them in the chat. Again, if you are new to the channel, make sure to hit the red button down below and subscribe, and click the bell icon so you're notified if and when we go live tomorrow. And we'll be live for extensive live coverage tomorrow as well. So definitely recommend you subscribe. And again, subscribing is free to do. It's the red button down below. Show us the bench cam. I don't know if we have a bench cam. Thank you, Ace Fire, for the super chat. How does the flood risk look like in Roanoke, Southwest Virginia? That's a good question. Let's talk a little bit about Virginia here. We haven't really gone that far north. I don't think the flooding risk is going to be that significant in this part of the country, but we'll take a little gander. Yeah, so this is what it looks like going into Friday. I mean, there's going to be rain pretty much all day Friday, or at least most of the day Friday in Virginia. But I would say overall, flooding is not going to be a huge concern. But since there are higher elevations here, I could see it being a little bit more significant, maybe in some localized spots. The current thinking right along the interstate is somewhere between 4 to 8 inches of rainfall. So it's definitely enough for some flooding. There will be probably a couple of localized spots a little over that, maybe up to a foot. So... his daughter is 53? There's no shot, right? You guys really think I'm 50 years old? There's no way. Impacts on Southwest Ohio. Mostly going to be wind as we go into Friday. I'll zoom out here and show you the radar as well. But this is what it looks like for Friday. Mostly going to be wind, but there will be some light to moderate rain on Friday back over in southwestern and southern Ohio and much of Kentucky. So that'll be beneficial to help some of the drought, but it's not really going to get rid of the drought. And then wind gusts will probably be upwards of 30 to 45 miles per hour. Our next National Hurricane Center update is out in 20 minutes. So, again, stay tuned. We're going to have an update in 20 minutes. The latest on the intensity forecast, the latest discussion, and all that sort of stuff will be out in 20 minutes. And by the way, there are a lot of super chats. Again, if I miss yours, I apologize. There's literally so many. I mean, there's so many messages too. I cannot get to everything here, but I appreciate anybody that super chatted. Hopefully I can get to your question, but it is not easy. This is like the most super chats and messages that I've ever had in this chat. Maybe not the most, but it's definitely up there. At least for a discussion stream, this is the most. Northwestern Tennessee. Tornadoes are not possible in Northwest Tennessee. In my opinion, it'll be mostly just rain and wind gusts. Discord shoutout. Yeah, if anybody has Discord, you can join our Discord server. The link in the description. Thank you, by the way, Connor. I don't know if you're still here, but appreciate it. Thank you, Diane, for the becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Rapidly receding hairline. Guys, we're not talking about hairlines here. We're talking about the hurricane. Thank you. My hairline looks fine. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Once I get my next haircut, it's going to look way better. This haircut came out awful. Why isn't Tennessee getting tropical storm warnings? Honestly, in 20 minutes, I wouldn't be surprised if they add a few up into, like, this part of Tennessee. I do think over here, like near Chattanooga and Lenoir City, near Knoxville, I think that they will issue a few more tropical storm warnings here. If they don't issue them tonight, they could issue them tomorrow morning. So. Storm surge is taking over his forehead. Guys, stop. Models keep tracking more west. Yeah, current thinking is that this is going to make landfall in Apalachicola. There was a possibility, and there was a stronger possibility a couple days ago, that this would make more of a landfall near Cedar Key. Currently not forecasted to do that anymore. The trough is just too far to the south and east and too strong, which that means that that's going to kind of pull this more into the Big Bend of Florida near Apalachicola and eventually wrap this thing around into the upper level trough that we have in place in the Mississippi Valley. So not really thinking that this is going to make landfall anywhere near Tampa. But there will still be impacts. Again, don't get me wrong. There will still be impacts. And if you guys didn't see this earlier, the biggest impact that I think that will come out of this is storm surge. This is a historic storm surge forecast. From my knowledge, we've never had a storm surge forecast over 18 feet for a peak. This tops that at a potential for the peak storm surge in the Big Bend to be as high as 20 feet from Carabel back through the Suwannee River. It is bananas. So, yeah. Literally bananas. How old am I? Take a guess. Put some guesses in the chat. Thank you, Bob, for becoming a member for 15 months. Appreciate that. Thank you also to Diane and Sky for becoming members. And welcome to the Velocity. Thank you, Robert, for the super chat. What's the dry air forecast look like wrapping around Helene? Dry air should be pretty much cut off at this point, because we have an eye wall. So I think the dry air, I don't think there's much more left of it. There's still a little bit probably in here, but I think it's going to be kind of done here pretty soon. Somebody just said 60, 24, 27, 67, 72. Guys, there's no way you think I'm 72. 57, 23, 20, 24. Okay, a lot of you guys are actually close. I am currently 21, so... Somebody said 7, 12? Okay, thanks, guys. Thank you. It's 41. How many more minutes till our update? 18, approximately. 18 more minutes till our next National Hurricane Center update. Very cute 21. Guys, stop with these comments. They're concerning. This is a weather stream, not a... This is not Tinder. You look 30, to be honest. That's not very nice. Damn. Wow, I feel old now. That hairline is 54. All right, I'm done reading chat. Let's get back to questions, please. All right, let's... This chat is it always goes haywire. All right, let me look what I missed here. Thank you, Shrink, for the super chat. That jet stream is dipping into your hairline. Thanks for your coverage. Thanks. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. I appreciate the super chat. All right, back to questions, please. I'm done talking about my hairline and my age. Trying to talk about weather here. I can't read chat anymore. It's going too fast again. Buzz Lightyear. That's great. I'm not Buzz Lightyear. Okay, I need a pause. I need to, like, pause chat in, like, motion here because it's going too fast. Thank you, Alex, for the super chat. Your next haircut should be a mohawk. That's great. How is Southwest Florida looking like? Southwest Florida, mostly storm surge and then also tropical storm force winds. Storm surge currently forecasted over there right now around 3 to 5 feet. So if you're near the coastline, that's the biggest impact. But otherwise, tropical storm force winds, isolated to scattered power outages. Thank you, Haven, for the super chat. Thank you, Draco, for the super chat. Tropical Tidbits has something heading to Houston on October 11th. All right, guys, I'm going to tell you guys, there's 16,000 of you. Listen up, please. We're in the time of the year where hurricane, like computer models in general, like the GFS model and stuff like that, are showing hurricanes and stuff over 10 days in advance. Guys, it's September 25th right now, all right? Forecasting a hurricane like this one, even 3 days out, has been extremely difficult. Forecasting a hurricane over 10 days out is nearly impossible. So, please, like, this is the GFS model, right? It does show, like, a couple of systems forming and then a hurricane making landfall maybe over in, like, I don't know, Houston or something, you know, on October 11th. This is not stuff you should be looking at because it's almost never accurate. So, please. I mean, this is like hour 372. This is like over 2 weeks from now. You know, some meteorologists can, like, sometimes even me, sometimes we can barely get the forecast right in the first 2 days of a cycle. You know? So, going over 10 days out to forecast a hurricane is, like, almost impossible. Thank you, Numba, for the super chat. East Tennessee should be mostly heavy rainfall that will lead to flooding, and then some tropical storm force wind gusts. Thank you, Nikki, for the super chat. Thank you also, Raven, for the super chat. Hey, happy birthday. Thank you, Haven, for another super chat. Power outage projections. This is the map that James Pettis made. Again, this was made yesterday, but it's still pretty relevant. It's obviously a hurricane now. I'm going to change the key again. The dark red means scattered to numerous power outages, and then the purple color would mean widespread power outages. All right, so the key was incorrect. That's what that means in verbal terms. The key is not correct. Thank you, Beef, for the super chat. I'd swipe right on you, Max. Thank you, Allison, for becoming a member for 2 months. When's your birthday? It's in January. Thank you, Rose Red, for the super chat. What's the expected storm surge? That's the forecast right now. Very significant. Again, this is a historic number. I've never seen a forecast from the National Hurricane Center above 18 feet. For reference, Hurricane Ian had a forecasted storm surge of 12 to 18 feet back down here near Cape Coral. And the peak storm surge, I think that was measured, was 13 feet. But 15 to 20 feet is literally absurd. Thank you, HS, for the super chat. Very low chance, but just have a tornado action plan in place if you're in North Carolina. Very low chance of more tornado warnings. Again, there are a lot of super chats. If I missed yours, I apologize. Thank you, Coach Rick, for the super chat. Max Rizlosity. Thank you. Thank you, Sammy, for the super chat. Historic storm surge was Katrina. Wow. Katrina. Buckle up. Yeah, but I mean, what was the peak storm surge out of Katrina? Does anybody know? Katrina? Let me look. Peak storm surge was 10 to 28 feet. Unless this is a Cat 4 or Cat 5, I have a hard time believing it'll be that high. But I do think 15 to 20 feet, a very reasonable range right now. Thank you, Geef, for the super chat. I have 3 grandchildren older than you. That's kind of crazy. Thank you, Pace, for the $10 super chat. How much to read bedtime stories? That voice, bruh. Weather Channel who? Appreciate the super chat. Okay, thank you, Martina, also for the super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. What made you want to cover weather as a kid? The Weather Channel. That's where it all started. Started watching that when I was like 3 or 4 years old. All went up from there. Singing stream when? I don't know. I kind of thought about that at some point, but definitely not the next couple days. Maybe sometime in the future for like members or something. Thank you, Mike, for the super chat. Does storm surge include wave height caused by winds or just general water rise? Storm surge include wave height caused by winds or general water rise? I mean, it's more about the wind, and basically the hurricane kind of swirls water up, and it basically will kind of push all that water inland. It's basically rising of water over time. And so when we have offshore wind, I'll kind of show you an example here, but this is one of the key things that I mentioned with storm surge before on this graphic. Is if we have a hurricane located, let's say here when it makes landfall, the worst of the storm surge is because we have all that wind and all that energy just pushing all that water essentially towards the shoreline. Basically anywhere from approximately, basically the entire east or the entire west coast of Florida, but basically all of that water is going to be pushed inland with the intensity of the wind and also the intensity of, you know, how basically all the water being picked up by the storm, all that energy. But on the flip side of things, because of the onshore flow, you'll notice the storm surge forecast back over in like Panama City is way lower than back over in the Big Bend. Main reason why is because we don't have winds coming from the ocean, and that's kind of just pushing the water actually back out into the ocean. If you remember with Ian, it was a pretty crazy phenomenon, but back with Ian, you know, Ian made landfall back down here near Charlotte Harbor. We had all that storm surge pushing up into there. For those that were in Tampa that day, or even saw photos on social media, Tampa Bay was like drained because of all the onshore flow that was basically pushing the water back out to sea. So, pretty interesting stuff. I thought Ian was like the most fascinating thing ever when it came to storm surge. If this becomes a Cat 5, will the storm surge be higher? I could see it be, I mean, I don't know, man. The forecast already is really high. I mean, I could see the number being increased with where it's at right now, because it's currently forecasted to make landfall as a low-end Cat 4. So I could see the number going up a little bit, but I've never seen a forecast number from the National Hurricane Center this high. At least on these graphics. How's it going, Brandon Kopic? Yeah, Ian was crazy. I mean, I was in Florida when Ian happened. It was pretty crazy. You know what the best part of Ian was when on the backside of Ian, when it was moving out to the Atlantic Ocean, all of Florida felt like really nice and cool and like really dry. It was like the best thing ever. Thank you, Bowman, for the super chat. What's the likelihood of any impact at all to Hickory, North Carolina? Most of North Carolina will be mostly rain, and then on the flip side of things, there will be an elevated tornado threat on Friday. Mom, come pick me up, I'm scared. You're a storm chaser. You should never be scared. Never scared. I've got to say, I was talking about this earlier in the stream. I don't feel like I would ever chase a hurricane at this intensity. I could chase a tornado, I think, any day and not be scared, but chasing a hurricane would scare the crap out of me at this intensity. I feel like there could be so many things that could go wrong. Real Brandon Kopic sighting? Brandon Kopic is always out there chasing. Very dedicated chaser. A lot of dynamics go into it, and a lot can go wrong. Yeah, I do agree. I mean, Debbie, Beryl, those ones were all like lower end hurricanes. Like, I feel like I could chase any of those, but yeah, this one I just feel like I couldn't. Thank you, Leon, for the super chat. First hurricane for me, what can we expect in Alpharetta, Georgia? Most of the impacts in Georgia will be overnight tomorrow night into Friday morning. Alpharetta near Atlanta, main concern is going to be heavy rain and then wind gusts between 50 to 65 miles per hour. Could see some localized areas a bit higher. You just got PDS Waffle House. Brandon Kopic got some Waffle House. Waffle House still open? We can actually... Are you still live? Oh, you're actually driving right now, bro. Brandon's out there right now driving. He's repositioning right now. He's getting to his hotel. Are you going to a hotel tonight or something? I didn't realize he was driving. I was about to say, I thought you might be parked in the Waffle House parking lot or something. That'd be pretty funny. By the way, you can watch storm chasers like Brandon Kopic, Corey Gherkin, Vince Walty, Connor Croft, all inside of the Radar Omega app. That is going to be the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. It's only for $8.99. Comes with all storm chaser feeds that are inside of this app. In addition to that, you can get the latest on Hurricane Helene. And if you are a subscriber inside the app tomorrow, you'll have access to all 6 of these Project Mesovorts. These are cameras that are put right along the beach. There are 6 of them. It's nighttime, so you really can't see much right now. And again, the hurricane's still pretty far away, but actually there's 7 cameras, I think. I think this is a 7th camera, so there's actually 7 that are currently set up. So again, if you want to download Radar Omega, it's the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Highly recommend it. That is, again, the weather app that we are currently using on today's stream. And as a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to hit the red button down below and subscribe to the channel. Like the stream as well. Click the bell icon down below so you're notified as well when we go live tomorrow. We're going to have hurricane coverage tomorrow. So if you're new to the channel, there's 17,000 of you. I bet there's probably like 10,000 of you watching that aren't subscribed. Hit the red button down below and subscribe. We'll again have live updates tomorrow with live coverage on Helene. All right, we do have a new National Hurricane Center update, I believe. I'm seeing that in the chat. All right, the latest National Hurricane Center update just came in. Well, first off, okay, so there's gonna be a lot of stuff we're gonna be talking about over the next few minutes. I'm not really gonna be reading chat, so just letting you know. Thank you, by the way, Cray for the super chat. Tuning in from Jacksonville, big W. Hey, no problem, Dingle. Appreciate you tuning in. All right, a lot of stuff we're gonna be talking about here over the next few minutes because there's a the big update from the National Hurricane Center, kind of like the newest data, the newest info, the discussion, all that sort of stuff. All right, so the latest on intensity, the pressure has dropped by 2 millibars. It's down to 972 millibars. So it's intensified a little bit since 8 o'clock. That's 3 hours ago. Very gradual intensification. Maximum sustained winds are currently at 85 miles per hour. It has not changed a single bit in terms of wind speeds. Okay, the discussion's pretty interesting. I'm going to kind of read this off to you. So, satellite images show that Helene has a well-organized appearance with numerous convective banding features. A ragged-looking eye feature is also apparent. However, reports from both Air Force and NOAA Hurricane Hunter aircraft investigating the system suggest that it lacks a well-defined inner core with a somewhat broad maximum wind field for now. The central pressure has dropped a little to around 972 millibars. Given the slowly falling central pressure, the intensity is maintained at 75 knots for this advisory. And then Helene's structure and intensity will continue to closely be monitored by Hurricane Hunter aircraft tonight into Thursday. All right, so that's some of the new information. Again, this discussion's 4 paragraphs. We're only through 1. The hurricane continues to move northward, and the estimated initial motion is basically directly north at 8 knots, which is about 10 miles per hour. For the next couple of days, the steering scenario for the system remains basically unchanged from the earlier advisory. So basically no current change to the direct path of this is currently expected, at least in this latest National Hurricane Center update. The official track forecast through landfall is very similar to the previous National Hurricane Center prediction and remains close to the corrected consensus guidance. After landfall, the trough to the northwest of the tropical cyclone becomes a cutoff low, and Helene should turn leftward as it rotates around the low, which is the Fujiwara effect that we were talking about earlier in the live stream. And again, if you don't know what that is, we'll probably talk about it again here in a few minutes. And yeah, all right. Next thing, Helene should be in an atmospheric and oceanic environment over the eastern Gulf of Mexico that will be very conducive for strengthening. The system is expected to traverse the loop current, which is currently located. It's basically located like right in here. So we're kind of in the loop current right now. That intensification really going to pick up, I think, overnight more than anything. The system is expected to go over that loop current, which has an especially high oceanic heat content, which means that the water below the surface is also very warm. So that the hurricane's going to kind of spin up that warm water, and it's going to rapidly intensify. This, along with fairly low vertical wind shear and a moist mid to low level tropospheric air mass, should likely result in rapid intensification before landfall on Thursday. Okay, 1 second. The cone of uncertainty is changing. It hasn't changed yet. I was going to show you guys, but the latest outlook in terms of the cone will come out here in a second. This looks weird. They have this kind of turning back. I mean, it's pretty much the same area that it's currently forecast to be landfalling, but the plotted numbers here are kind of in the same general ballpark here. but like it kind of turns more to the northeast here, like last second. The cone actually might be shifting east a little bit. This is the cone of uncertainty at the 5 p.m. advisory. The 11 p.m. one will probably be more like in here. It actually looks like it might have shifted like back over a little bit east. Not by much, but a small shift east it looks like. All right, back to the discussion here. Helene is forecasted to be a large major hurricane when it reaches the Big Bend coast of Florida. As a result, storm surge and wind and rainfall impacts will extend well away from the center and outside the forecasted cone, particularly on the east side. In addition to that, the fast-forward speed when Helene moves inland will result in inland penetration of strong winds over parts of the southeastern United States, including strong gusts over higher terrain of the southern Appalachians. A higher than normal gust factor is indicated in the official forecast while Helene is inland. Okay, so that's the latest on their discussion. The next thing we're going to get to is also the wind speeds, intensity forecast, and also probably the storm surge forecast, which I don't think has changed, but we will definitely look at that. All right, next is going to be the official National Hurricane Center cone of uncertainty. I do kind of want to wait till the experimental graphic comes out because it shows all the watches and warnings, but this is their latest outlook. I'm going to compare and contrast the last one we had for reference. Where's the last one? Right here. Oh, right here. All right, I'll just drag that, do that, and we'll do that. All right, so this was their last cone of uncertainty. This is the experimental graphic, so it will look a little bit different because of the blue boxes and all that sort of stuff. But this is the experimental graphic. This is the new graphic. This is the one that just updated at 11 p.m. Here in the latest advisory. Cone of uncertainty has shifted slightly further east. They have basically, I think the cone of uncertainty doesn't include Panama City anymore, but it's just here east. Still expecting hurricane force wind gusts, more than likely there. Wind field continues to grow in size. Again, it's very large. It's going to be basically taking up the entire state of Florida. And then as we go into tomorrow morning, it's expected to intensify into a Category 2 hurricane. The current thinking on the latest forecast is that this will be a major hurricane upon landfall. And their forecast right now, when it goes to the Big Bend in this particular area at 7 p.m. Thursday, is a Category 4 hurricane still, with maximum sustained winds at 130 miles per hour. So that's the latest in terms of the intensity upon landfall. They still have that forecast. The big difference is that the forecast earlier today had it being a Cat 4 west of Tampa. That's still possible, by the way, but they have basically moved it so that the Cat 4 landfall would be more closer to the Big Bend. Even if, for whatever reason, if this does not intensify as rapidly as forecasted tonight, we are still expecting a Category 3. This is still a pretty middle ground to high-end Category 1 right now, and it's not going to take much for this thing to intensify at least to a Cat 3. So regardless, we are still expecting a Cat 3 hurricane upon landfall. After it moves inland, it will still be a tropical storm all the way up towards Atlanta, Georgia. And then eventually, as we go into Saturday, this thing is going to be connected with the Fujiwara effect, and it's going to become one big low-pressure system as we go into Saturday and Sunday back over in Kentucky and Tennessee. And again, there's more forecast graphics. I want to go back to this map as well to show you. This is what we're looking at in terms of their latest forecast. 160 mile per hour maximum wind gusts currently forecasted near where the eye wall is going to be, just south of Tallahassee. And then after that, this moves inland. Tropical storm expected all the way up towards Atlanta, Georgia. Maximum sustained winds of 60 miles per hour. Wind gusts around 80, even up into northern Georgia, which, by the way, does not happen very often. And so that's the latest there. It's supposed to be a high-end Category 2 by tomorrow morning. So by about 7 a.m., it's supposed to be a high-end Cat 2. All right, we have some more forecast graphics. This is the latest storm surge forecast from the National Hurricane Center. No major changes that I am seeing here. I think everything looks pretty much like it was before. But we are going to verify that. I'm going to have to pull up the other graphic here. Do a little compare and contrast. So this is the storm surge forecast from earlier. I think they are the exact same thing. Yep. All right. So these are the exact same thing. No change to the storm surge forecast. Still expecting a historic amount of storm surge back over in the Big Bend of Florida, with upwards of 20 feet of storm surge possible. Again, the last time we had a forecast ever at 20 feet for a maximum peak storm surge, I don't think was ever, unless Katrina was. Maybe Katrina was. But even then, Ian was at a peak of 18 feet for a forecast. I think Adalia was also at a peak of 18 feet. So this is the highest peak that we've ever had on a forecast for storm surge. So that's kind of crazy. All right, next up Oh, by the way, this is a graphic that James Pettis made. Again, this gives you an idea of what that storm surge might look like. Again, upwards of 12 plus feet of storm surge, which is the current forecast in the Big Bend, would indicate that if you are in a standard 2-story home, it would go basically over or at least near the top of the house. So you want to be evacuating, again, if you're right along the immediate coastline. All right, next thing up will be rainfall accumulation. I think that's the last update. I could be wrong. And also, whoa, we have Tropical Storm Isaiah in the Atlantic Ocean. What is going on? We now have a tropical storm in the northern Atlantic. I just saw that. Excuse me? I didn't even know that happened. It literally just happened. I saw people saying Isaiah in the chat. I was like, what are you guys talking about? I guess Tropical Storm Isaiah has now formed. So, sort of fun fact, I'll just call it a fact. Hurricane Idalia made landfall in 2022, I named storm. Hurricane Ian made landfall in 2023, I named storm. Ice storms are notorious for being crazy. Luckily, this one is not going in the direction of the United States. So, or Isaiah, sorry, Isaiah, my bad, not Isaiah. Isaiah, my apologies. It is Isaiah. Same thing, but nonetheless, the ice storm has formed. But yeah, okay, that's interesting. All right, let me check out if there's any other updates here. The potential rainfall map has not updated yet, but if it does update, we'll keep you posted. Again, the high risk for flash flooding still in place for those in northeastern Georgia, back over in North Carolina, and then back over into the Big Bend of Florida. Apparently, I'm not pronouncing it right, so good thing that that's not going towards the United States, because that would be a field day pronouncing it. So, good times. Okay, I think that's the latest updates. Here's the storm surge inundation map as well. So again, storm surge expected to go very far inland. This is near Tallahassee, just south of Tallahassee. That major storm surge will be pushing well inland here, just south of Tallahassee, possibly upwards of 20 miles inland. Cedar Key is going to get pretty hammered there as well by storm surge. Tampa Bay expecting storm surge. So again, you can go to the National Hurricane Center website and look at that inundation map if you would like. If you are near the coastline, you definitely should. Okay, back to chat and questions. I've missed a lot, it looks like. Thank you, Joshua, for the very generous $50 super chat for Waffle House, watching from California. The hairlines do be rapidly intensifying. Thanks, appreciate that. I've never been to Waffle House, fun fact. Thank you, Jay, for the super chat. I called off of work to watch your stream tomorrow. What excuse should I give? Just tell them that I ate cheese curds. All right, tell them I ate cheese curds. So if you guys didn't see, this happened today. This happened, I know. It happened. Cheese curds happened. Sorry. I do apologize. Culver's curse is back. Dibble, I'm on a TS. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow. I have no clue. I'm gonna probably make a video, but I should be good on... I don't need anything, I don't think, for it. Alright, if you guys have any questions, feel free to put those in the chat. Again, if you are new to the channel, make sure to hit the red button down below and subscribe. We're gonna be live tomorrow for landfall coverage. Highly recommend you tune in. And continue to ask questions in the chat. I'll probably be here for a bit. There's still a lot of you guys here, so... I didn't think we'd have 17,000 people here tonight. I'm telling Freddie and Connor. They probably already saw the tweet. Florida closed down the Waffle Houses. I don't know what Waffle Houses have closed yet. I'm not sure if they've closed any yet. I haven't heard of any yet that have been closed. Hey, John, for the super chat. It's up to you, man. I don't know what day you're going. Didn't leave any details in that message. What's the chance of tornadoes in Kentucky on Friday? Unless you're in far eastern Kentucky, I really don't expect a tornado threat. Don't really expect much of a tornado threat unless you're in eastern Kentucky. This is the current thinking for flying fences Friday. So, very low tornado risk unless you're, like, south or near Pikeville or something like that. What happened to Freddy? Nothing. I don't think anything happened to him. I literally just talked to him like 5 hours ago. I think he's doing all right. He's down in Florida. I think he's down in Florida now. Do you think he'll make a push to the Cat 5? I mean, I would say it's a low chance. I would say it's a very low chance, honestly. I just don't see it happening. Yeah, I don't see it happening. I think it's a very low chance this gets to a Cat 5. But Cat 4, I still think is probably about a 60-ish% chance, 30% chance of a Cat, or I would say 50% chance for a Cat 4, 30-ish% chance, maybe 40% chance for a Cat 3, and then like a 10 to 20% chance in the other direction. But I honestly, I'm still sticking to my forecast. High-end Cat 3, low-end Cat 4 upon landfall. Probably right around 130. As long as this does rapidly intensify overnight. And honestly, I hope I'm wrong. Like, honestly, I hope that this has just been an overhyped hurricane, and hopefully tomorrow morning this thing is still struggling to develop. Or intensify, I should say. But I don't think that's going to be the case. Again, it's such a favorable environment. Unless there was some factor here that would weaken it, then it might be a different story, but unfortunately, there's like no factor right now that is going to really weaken this. Other than the temporary dry air that we've had. But it's about to go in the loop current. And I think it's going to really start to intensify here soon. There will probably be some extreme wind warnings tomorrow, more than likely. Looks like it's barely moving. Well, this is a loop over the last hour, so that would probably be why. It's moving off to the north at about 10 miles per hour. I mean, we can do like a 50-frame loop, and you'll see it over the course of the last 8 hours. So that's what it looks like over the last 8 hours. The millibar level right now is at 972 millibars. Thank you, Jones, for the super chat. I closed Waffle House in Crawfordville, Florida tonight. We boarded it up. Well, thank you for the super chat. That's a person in the chat saying they boarded it up. A Waffle House. Thank you, Jeff, for the super chat. Cape Coral will be mostly storm surge around 3 to 5 feet. Some gusty winds. We actually have a live camera bottom right of your screen out of Cape Coral on the Cape Weather camera there. It's a little windy right now, but it'll definitely pick up tomorrow morning. Is this live now? No, this is definitely pre-recorded, 100%. I'm not talking to the chat in real time or anything. Imagine? No, this is live. This is a live stream. Thank you, Thomas, for the super chat as well. Pre-recorded would be something crazy to pull off. I don't know if I'd even be able to pull that off. I'm way too interactive with my chat to do that. What time will I be live tomorrow? Honestly, I'm not sure. Two possibilities tomorrow. One of which is I go live when... Okay, so 2 possibilities tomorrow for a live stream. It's going to depend on when I wake up and when I feel like going live. And also how intense this is. If this is like a Cat 3 when we wake up, I'll probably be live in the morning. But the current thinking is that I'll either be live twice tomorrow, one of which would be sometime during the late morning into the early afternoon for an update stream, like what we've been doing, maybe with a couple chasers out there, and then we'll be live for the actual landfall during the late afternoon into the evening. The second option is that we're live starting sometime around 3 or 4 tomorrow when the impacts are really ramping up, and then we go live from there, and we're live until probably like midnight or 1, which would be more like an 8-hour stream. So it's either going to be one or the other, but I don't want to be live for just rain. To be honest, if it's just raining out there and there's nothing really happening, I'm not going to be live then. I'm going to be live when the weather's really picking up and when it's getting intense. We're not going to be live like 2 hours before anything's happening, because that's what happened. That's why I delayed Francine so much. Like Hurricane Francine, nothing was happening until like 4 o'clock, so I didn't go live until like 4. So I'd much rather, because we've done so many of these like landfall streams, I'd rather just have one that's more with what's actually happening. So that's my current thinking. Either we'll have a stream tomorrow morning. If I don't have a stream tomorrow morning, then we'll be live during the afternoon at some point. Thank you, Lexi, for the generous $10 super chat. It's mostly just going to be gusty winds around 50 to 65 miles per hour. That could delay or potentially cancel flights, so just keep that in mind. Live when the tornado warnings start popping up, we'll see. The tornadic activity out of this is going to vary a lot during the daytime. It's going to be like a morning threat, afternoon threat, evening threat. There are going to be several different rounds. So, you know, whenever we go live, we go live. I mean, if there's something concerning enough for us to go live, we'll go live for it. But yeah, I mean, the earliest that I'll go live tomorrow would be like 9 a.m. But I highly doubt I go live at 9. Or actually, sorry, the earliest tomorrow will be 10 if I go live. I highly doubt I go live at 10. Highly doubt I can even go live at 11. I mean, 12 might be a bit more reasonable for maybe like an update. If we do not do that, then I'll be live at some time during the afternoon. So, but again, if you want to, you know, join the stream tomorrow, be here for the landfall. Again, make sure to subscribe to the channel. It's free to do. It's the red button down below. And also click the bell icon so you're notified when we go live. We are currently 10 subscribers from 383,000. So make sure to subscribe. Weather TikTok said category 7 already. That's fantastic. Yeah, I mean, TikTok is the worst place to get weather information, in my opinion. It's pretty bad over there. Depends on who you're following, but it's pretty bad. Huge shout out to Steve with the 10 gifted members. Put some W's in the chat for Steve with the 10 gifted memberships. And also, if you got a gifted membership, make sure to thank Steve in the chat. Appreciate the generosity. Why is it struggling? There's been some dry air intrusion, which has kind of led it to not really intensify as fast recently, but we think that's going to be overcome over the next few hours. Dog, stop hitting your mic. I need to get a new mic stand. My mic stand is really the problem. Because you can hear me move my mic like that. It's like a wish.com or like a Temu type mic stand, I swear. I got one like on Amazon for like $20. It's somehow squeaking like crazy already, and I've only had it for like 2 months. What is an experimental cone? It's a new feature that the National Hurricane Center has. So this is the current cone that they have and they use, or they've been using for the last several years. This is the updated cone. The biggest difference that you'll notice is that there's a lot of blue and red. Those are the hurricane watches and warnings, and also tropical storm watches and warnings. And so all the blue is tropical storm warnings, red is the red is hurricane warnings. And so essentially what they've done is basically just put an overlay of all the warnings that also go inland. I think this graphic is 10 times better than the last one. Because the last one, if we go back to it, you'll see it only shows an outline on the coast for those for those watches and warnings, which I don't personally like. I don't think it really tells the story. So it looks like you're vaping. It's a water bottle. I had somebody say this yesterday. It's literally a water bottle. I don't vape. I guess if I have it tilted down too much, I guess you get that. But you thought I drew that? No, this is experience. No, this is an actual thing. Yeah, this is an actual graphic that they've made. This is like new. They started this back in August. I haven't really been using it until recently. Thank you, Hurricane Helene, for the super chat. Thank you, CB, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. I totally thought it was a vape too. You guys really think it was a vape? I might have to get like a different water bottle cap or something, because I don't want people to come off. I don't want to come off across that way on a stream. People thinking I'm vaping. Thank you, Vlad, for the $10 super chat towards the new mic stand. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Blank, for the super chat. Yeah, again, you can't trust hurricanes at all. I mean, again, this could really quickly intensify tonight with the environment. So yeah, trust me, guys. I do not vape. I'm like the last person that would do that. I will have to probably get a new water bottle lid or something. I mean, I used to use the circle water bottle, which everybody got annoyed by, but at least that didn't have that impression. Should change it to a beer mug? Oh, that'd be so funny. Be so funny. Thank you, D&E, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. This chat's going too fast again. Use a fun straw? Actually, that's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea, to be honest. Just use a baby bottle for your water. A great suggestion, thank you. There's another tropical storm forming on the west coast of Africa, 80% chance. Yeah, this area of development will probably form into a hurricane, or even a tropical storm at the minimum, but it's going to kind of just go out to sea. It's not really going to be a big deal. Hey, rats for the super chat. How bad is Panama City going to be getting from the hurricane? Well, right now, landfall is no longer expected in Panama City, but I would at least still expect tropical storm force winds from the onshore winds that we're going to be seeing there. So, tropical storm force winds the main concern. Maybe a couple feet of storm surge near the coastline. Thank you, Chris, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you, Country, for the super chat. How do you think Dothan, Alabama will fare? I do think we're going to get at least around tropical storm force wind gusts. There's a chance that it goes a little bit over that. Might get near 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts, maybe even up near 85 upon landfall. So be prepared for that. And then after that, it's mostly just going to be rain. Thank you, Limited, for the super chat. Outdoor music festival in Charlotte, North Carolina on Friday and Saturday. I think Friday is definitely a necessity for a poncho. I think Saturday you could probably get away with it not having one. I don't think Saturday's going to be that bad there. We can double check. Let's take a little gander. This is Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Can't go far enough into Saturday, but Saturday's mostly just going to be some passing showers at the worst case scenario. You flip for the super chat. North of Charleston, South Carolina. Where's Charleston? You're mostly going to be tropical storm force winds. Tornado risk will be a little bit more elevated there tomorrow, and also through the nighttime hours tomorrow, and then a few inches of rain. But aside from that, nothing too crazy. Thank you, Angelo, for the super chat, for your beer mug. Appreciate it. Thanks for the super chat. Thank you, Leopard, for the super chat. 17,000 people and only 130 likes. We're at 6,000 likes. But there are 14,000 people right now watching. Make sure to hit the like button down below. Thank you, Archer, and absolutely for the super chats. Will it flood worse in Cape Coral versus Ian? No, not expecting that. Cape Coral got like 13 feet of storm surge, I'm pretty sure, from Ian. We're right now forecasting like 3 to 5 feet from the National Hurricane Center. Let me go back to here. Where I don't have the graphic open anymore. Let me pull that up. How many downvotes do you have? I don't know if downvotes even exist. I think it's just dislikes. I don't really ever check that. I don't really care. San Diego, California. You're definitely not getting this. This is the current storm surge forecast. So Charlotte Harbor around 3 to 5 feet of storm surges in the forecast. But yeah, this is nowhere near what we had with Ian. But nonetheless, that's still pretty significant. Port St. Lucie? I think it's just going to mostly be tropical storm force winds. I mean, other than that, really not much. Maybe an isolated tornado threat. Thank you, Jackie, for the very generous $50 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Jackie. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you, Shelby, for the super chat. How can they even predict when or where it's going to turn, shift? Computer models, their consensus, which they're very consistent on where it's going to be going. This is a bunch of models, not all of them, but some of them that go into hurricane forecasting. And then on the flip side of things, you can also look at the upper level features that might be steering it, which is that cutoff low, and that's what's going to steer that thing right back into the Ohio Valley. And then we get the Fujiwara effect. We've talked about that a ton this week. I didn't realize Storm Intermediate didn't even take off yet. They're just taking off now. Okay. Thank you, Chubby, for the super chat. Is Helene going to be as bad as Hurricane Michael from 2018? They're a little bit different. I mean, I would say it's possible, but it's going to take a lot of intensification for that to happen. There's not really much you can compare this to, I think, though. I think, like, the closest comparison that I could make for this particular hurricane would be to Idalia, because it's making landfall in the same pretty much area, or the general area. And Idalia, but the differences between Idalia and Helene is that Helene is going to be over 2.5 times larger. So it's going to bring much more impacts to the state of Florida with that elongated, basically, wind field that we're going to have. And then, I don't know how much rainfall Dahlia brought, but I think this will probably be a little bit more of an impactful flooding event, especially for, like, Georgia and North Carolina and South Carolina. Storm surge, they'll more than likely, Helene will be worse with storm surge, especially for the entire west coast of Florida, because this is a much larger storm. Like, the direction that hurricanes go depend on, again, the steering features. So right now, this is moving mostly due north, but it's going to start to turn a little bit more to the north-northeast as we go into tomorrow. And typically when we have a feature that, again, that cutoff low that we have, that cutoff low is literally just going to pull this thing right into the Big Bend of Florida. So if we have a low pressure system, if we have a high pressure system, whatever it might be that's steering it, that's what's usually going to be steering a hurricane. If we had a let's say we had a high pressure system over here, for example. Let's say we had a high pressure system and that trough wasn't there. This would more than likely be going into Florida if we had that, but we just don't. So, just depends on the steering features. Thank you, Bill, for the super chat. How many screens are you looking at during a stream? We have 8. We have 8 set up. Only 4 of them are on right now, but we have like 4 on the side that I just don't have on. The 4 on the side will be on tomorrow, but not today. There's no reason today. It's more for storm chasers and stuff. Thank you, Jordan, for the super chat. Thank you, Judy, for the 4-month membership. No problem at all. Gainesville, Florida, mostly going to be wind. Thank you, Undercard, also for the super chat. Nashville, Tennessee, mostly rain. Mostly going to be rain up there. And also gusty winds, probably around 30 to 50 miles per hour on Friday. What do you think about Perry, Florida? Perry, Florida is going to probably get hit pretty hard. Again, I think Perry is going to be getting some pretty high winds. So I would definitely be prepared for that. It's going to be a significant wind field over in the Big Bend. Almost undoubtedly going to be talking about wind gusts there around 100 to 120 miles per hour. That's a lot of screens. Fun fact, back in May of this year, we only had 2 screens. We've come a long way. Your mic sounds like it's throwing up. Just don't know about that. You're the only one that complained and saying that my mic sounds like I'm about to throw up. I've never even heard that description before, so that's pretty interesting, I'm not gonna lie. Thank you, Key, for becoming a member and welcome to the Velocities. What do I think about rapid intensification? I think it's gonna get going here within the next couple of hours. I don't see why it wouldn't. I think it's going to really start to intensify here soon. When's the next National Hurricane Center advisory? 2 a.m. I don't think we'll be live until 2, but it's till 2 a.m. All right, the next one's at 2 a.m. Unless they have a special advisory, which does sometimes happen if they get new data from the Hurricane Hunters. There is still, I think, a Hurricane Hunter aircraft in this. Let me check. Thank you, Bailey, for the super chat. I think you'll be okay by then. I think. Might be delayed. But I think you'll be okay. I think the hurricane's going to clear out fast enough. Unless they delay it or cancel it for some wind gusts, but the wind gusts won't be that high. What was I about to look at? Oh yeah, Hurricane Hunter data. Got distracted. Let's see what they're looking at inside of the hurricane. Oh. We have nobody in the hurricane anymore. Never mind. The last Hurricane Hunter aircraft just left. So, yeah. That is a little unfortunate. So we don't have any hurricane hunters in the hurricane anymore. At least for now. The next one will probably be in a little bit. Thank you, Mike, for the super chat. What pulls these storms into the Gulf? Again, it's steering features. A lot of it has to do with high pressure systems and low pressure systems that are steering it. Now, this was a CAG storm, so it came around the Central American Gyre here, and that's why it's gone up the way it's gone up. But a lot of the time, we get waves that come out of the Western Atlantic, and they move here into the Caribbean Sea. That's typically what we see when it comes to hurricanes that go into the Gulf. But this one in particular came off the Central American Gyre, and that's formed, and obviously now this is what it looks like. How large are wave heights right now? We can check. Let's check it out. A waffle for the super chat. I don't know where that county is. You would need like give me a city or something like that. Where is this thingamabobber? Wave heights. Wave heights currently near like the center are estimated to be. I mean, we could look at buoy data too, but buoy data is kind of out of date. Or there's no buoys nearby. 8.3 meters near the center. I'm not sure what that's equivalent to in feet. 27 feet near the center. It's currently near 25, 27 feet. Near the center. Further reminder, if you are new to the channel, again, make sure to subscribe. We'll have, again, live coverage tomorrow on Hurricane Helene. Make sure to like the stream. Again, follow us on Twitter and Facebook, by the way, at MaxVelocityWX. We'll be posting updates to those platforms over the next 48 hours on updates with Helene and all that sort of jazz. So definitely recommend you check that stuff out. Thank you, Weather on the Go, for the $5 super chat. Hurricane Helene in 1958 happened on September 24th as well. It was the most intense hurricane of the 19 hurricane season. Fun fact. That's actually interesting. I did not know that. And it's making landfall this time around on September 25th. If it wasn't a leap year, might be a different story. Hey, Jared, that is not true, by the way. I don't know what you just said in the chat, but that is not true. Nowhere near that. Thank you, Mr. P, for the super chat. Spaghetti models you can find on like Tropical Tidbits. It's like where that's usually where I look. I mean, you can look at it there. You can look at the ensemble members on there too, that sort of stuff. That's like the most simple one I think to use. And if you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. Do a more calm, I guess, purple color. I don't know. Go to something more calm. I didn't realize we didn't have I mean, I knew we didn't have a tornado warning, but I forgot the light was on. Guys, if you send super chat questions and I miss it, I apologize. Again, there's so many of them. I've missed a lot of them, so I'm trying to read chat and do that at the same time. So hopefully I got to it, but I know a few of you guys I probably missed. Destin, if you're back up in like Destin, Florida, it's mostly just gonna be tropical storm force winds. Waffle. So anywhere back up in here is mostly just gonna be tropical storm force wind gusts. That is one big storm. Yeah, this is one of the largest storms that we'll ever see. This is, I believe, in the top 5 running for largest Gulf of Mexico storms in the last 30 years. So this is one of the largest storms that we've had, which is why it's such a big deal. That's why we've done such extensive coverage on it. That and also the impacts that it's going to bring are obviously going to be pretty, you know, enormous. How bad will it hit Tampa? Tampa's not going to be really in the direct landfall area by any means, but storm surge really the main concern. So there's your storm surge forecast right now. Again, 5 to 8 feet for the Tampa Bay area is currently in the forecast for peak storm surge. And then elsewhere, obviously, much more significant in the Big Bend, 15 to 20 feet. That's pretty historic. I don't think we've ever had a forecast from the National Hurricane Center that high. The highest before, I think, was 12 to 18 feet with both Idalia and Ian. So, yeah, this is definitely a pretty high forecast for storm surge. Will Freddie be on the stream tomorrow? We'll have Connor. But Freddie will technically be on the stream, but it's going to be in with Connor's thing, because both Freddie and Connor are going to be in the same car. They're both going to be chasing together. So, yeah, we'll have both of them, but it'll be just Connor's POV. That hurricane is almost as large as my respect for Max. Okay, interesting. Oh, the latest hurricane models come out soon. They're still a little ways away. I kind of forgot. The hurricane models technically come out soon, but it's going to be a little bit till they actually come out. The latest hurricane models come out in like 3 hours or so. Or not 3 hours, sorry, 2 hours. So it's a little ways away. No, Freddie and Connor are going to be literally in the same car. Like, they both flew in. So they're just renting a car. Macon, Georgia. Macon, Georgia is mostly going to be wind. So I'm currently expecting for Macon, Georgia to peak with wind gusts near 80 to 90 miles per hour. Where is the wind gust map? I have it somewhere. Maybe I don't. All right, I have to make a new map. Let's go back down to the Georgia area. Go to wind gusts. So this is the current thinking for wind gusts Friday morning. So again, the Macon area in Georgia still expecting anywhere from 70 to even maybe up to 100 mile per hour wind gusts, even that far inland. It wouldn't be impossible, but probably going to peak around 85, 90. That will be mostly overnight in the Friday morning. That's the biggest concern right now for that area. So pretty much numerous to potentially widespread power outages will be possible there. What's the risk for tornadoes in the Atlanta area? Very low to 0. I don't really expect tornadoes in that area. It's too far to the west, in my opinion. Risk for tornadoes in eastern North Carolina. Eastern North Carolina, a little bit more elevated on Friday. So Thursday, not really. Tomorrow for tossing trampolines on tall trees. Thursday, very low risk in southern North Carolina. And then Friday, I think, will be a bigger day for you for tornadoes. By the way, there are over 13,000 of you. There's one of me. So if I don't answer your question, I'm just saying there's a lot of you. So I'm trying to answer as many questions as possible. We're trying to, you know, hammer down the forecast for tomorrow, all that sort of stuff. But just letting you know, there's a lot of you. There's only one of me. Thank you, Claudia, for becoming whatever month member you are. Sorry, again, this chat's going too fast. Will it hit Alaska? No. Orlando will be bad? No. Orlando should be mostly just wind tomorrow. Low tornado risk. I think wind will be your main concern, though. Wind gusts around probably 50 to potentially even up to 65 miles per hour will be possible there. Go over to the wind gust map for Florida. That's what we're currently looking at right now. And pretty high wind gusts overall, even back over near Orlando. But I could see these numbers, especially in central Florida, being like 10 to 15 miles per hour higher than what it shows here. But yeah, that's the current thinking in terms of Florida wind gusts. Thank you, Daniel, for the super chat. When will you sleep? I mean, I usually go to bed at like 2 or 3, so well, I'll have to make a video too tonight. Gotta make a video for early tomorrow morning. Guys, this is not a vape. It is a water bottle. Oh my goodness, I have to get a new water bottle because people keep saying that. Don't vape. Where do I think tornadoes are the most likely to happen tomorrow? More than anything, like southern North Carolina, and then also back into eastern Georgia. But I could see tornadoes really anywhere in the yellow or orange shaded area. The dark green shaded area, potential for a couple of tornadoes, but I think the risk is lower. Get a Yeti mug. I might just have to get a mug. How bad is it going to be in Tallahassee? Again, I think it's going to be pretty bad in Tallahassee when it comes to wind. And we're expecting wind gusts around, 110, 120 miles per hour in those areas. So it's going to be, I think, pretty bad there, especially for wind. Please do not eat Culver's. It might be too late. It might just be too late. I had some cheese curds tonight. Now, let's see if there's any updates on Twitter. Let me go back to here real quick. Alright, nothing interesting on Twitter other than weather drama, apparently. Nice. Alright, back to chat here. Thank you, Road, for the super chat. What storm surges and winds looking like in Newport Richey, Florida? I don't know where that is. I think it's north of Tampa, if I'm not mistaken. But I'll just show you the storm surge map from the National Hurricane Center, because that's like the easiest thing to go off of. I think that's the most accurate forecast. Thank you, Tommy, for becoming a 4-month member. Thank you also to Landry for the super chat. Due to the amount of moisture in the eastern United States. Let me look and see how much rain that hurricane dumped. I don't think Idalia is gonna be like the same sort of thing. Or sorry, not Idalia, Ida. I don't think it'll be the same as Ida. I feel like this is a completely different hurricane. You really can't compare this, I feel like, to Ida. Because it's just a different type of situation, how it's making landfall and whatnot. Thank you, Chris, for the super chat. Thank you also, King, for the super chat. Tornadoes in Statesboro, Georgia. There's a little bit more of an elevated risk tomorrow in southeast Georgia. So Statesboro is in that potential. So definitely make sure you have a tornado action plan in place and multiple ways to receive alerts. Thank you, Chris and Hayden, also for the super chats, or Haddon. Yeah, I know. John's coming a hurricane again. It's crazy. This was literally just a hurricane. It's becoming a hurricane again. It's actually bananas. Literally just made landfall in Mexico as a Cat 3, like, I think it was yesterday or the day before. And it's doing it again. It's wild. How long will the stream run? I have no clue. Just kind of however things go. We'll see. I mean, I have no need to end the stream anytime soon. Like, I mean, the earliest, or the latest I could probably end it would be like, I mean, the latest I can end it is probably like 1:30 Eastern time. So, I mean, we could technically go for 2 more hours if we have to. Thank you, Raleigh, for the super chat. Can you talk about the tornado probabilities in Georgia? It depends on where you are in Georgia. Again, the greatest risk will be in southeast Georgia. The further to the northwest you go, the lesser chance it is. Again, this is your tornado probabilities for tomorrow. Oh, if you're in Atlanta, you're fine. Like, if you're in Atlanta, you're good. Like, there's Atlanta, I'm not expecting any tornadoes tomorrow at all, or anything like that in that area. So I think you'll be fine where you're at. For the tornado potential, at least. Thank you, Ren, for the super chat. It would be mostly in southeast Kentucky on Friday. That's really the only area for that tornado risk on Friday. It's a very low risk again. Devin, not expecting any severe weather in St. Louis. Looks pretty quiet, honestly, for severe weather, other than out of what's coming with Helene. Tucker, I got that one. Thank you, Nicholas, for the super chat. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you, TN, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Is Tropical Storm Isaiah going to reach Portugal? That's a great question. Let's check on in. That is not what I meant to look up. It might. Right now, it looks like it's gonna be a post-tropical cyclone, though. So probably nothing crazy. What's the discussion on this? I actually have this getting up close to a Cat 1 hurricane. So Isaiah might actually become a Cat 1, or Isaac, sorry, might become a Cat 1 hurricane. Again, if you're just tuning in, this just formed literally like 45 minutes ago. I'm actually kind of curious. What does that actually look like? This is it right here. That's the tropical storm that just formed. Look at the size difference between this and, you know, Helene. It's crazy. Let me get the satellite here. Let's go full cam. Atlantic wide. Dude, this is crazy. That's Helene right there. That's a little baby storm up there. It's crazy. It's so tiny. Thank you, Brian, for the super chat. Thank you, Ben and Amanda, also for the super chats. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Do you break your Coke habit? Yeah, I haven't had Diet Coke or any soda in 56 days. Crazy stuff. Has there ever been a Category 6 hurricane? Category 6 hurricanes do not exist. They do not exist. It's only a TikTok thing. If you're on TikTok, they might tell you that, and it's just something to scare the crap out of you, and it doesn't even exist. So, hey, Michelle for the super chat. Ordered my dad a Max Velocity hoodie to match his hat. He's 87 and watches your channel on his iPad. That's awesome. Appreciate that. Hope he enjoys the hoodie. The hoodies are very comfortable. If you ever want to get any merch, you can get it on shopmaxvelocity.net. Quick reminder, we did bring back our Drunk Hurricane t-shirts with the bench. So if you want to pick it up, this will be like your only time to do so on shopmaxvelocity.net. The link's in the description. It's also it's going to be in the chat. What happened to my hair, dude? What is going on? It's like a lightning's about to strike my head. Can't do that again. That was weird. My hair was like sticking up like crazy right there. You know, what I should do is kind of get like some like kind of like thing going. I don't know. Maybe get some like new hairstyle going. Should spice it up a little bit. I don't know how I did that. I can't do it again. I can't do it again. It's over for you now on Twitter? I hope not. I don't need more hair stuff on Twitter, dude. I've had way too much of that stuff recently. Well, this is the latest from Matthew Capucci, which I trust his opinion, honestly. I mean, I met him like literally like a couple weeks ago. He's very smart. What he just said is that a peek under the hood of Helene reveals a double eyewall structure, and either eyewall is closed. Dry air has also become entrained into the system, inhibiting strengthening for now. Rapid intensification will likely be delayed for a little while. Which I can definitely see that, because it still does not look like it's really intensified much. It still looks kind of the same as before. I mean, you can't really base that off infrared imagery, but still kind of looks the same. Hey, Brew, I don't know what you asked for a question, dude. Again, I'm not able to answer every super chat. Again, I cannot guarantee that I will answer your super chat. It's not a guarantee. I will try, but it's not a guarantee. It's literally 12,000 of you and one of me. And further reminder, if you're new to the channel, make sure to hit the red button down below and subscribe. Again, we'll be live tomorrow for hurricane coverage upon landfall. There are probably 1,400 of you that aren't subscribed. So if you're new to the channel, subscribe. We might be able to hit 385,000 subscribers tonight. It's free to do. Red button down below. Thank you, Cat, for the super chat. 100%. Yeah, if you see a stray cat, maybe give it a shelter, you know, or a dog or anything like that. They are pretty common in Florida. Stray cats are definitely common in Florida. You think Disney is going to set off their fireworks during Helene? I highly doubt it, to be honest. I don't see them setting off fireworks with 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I could be wrong on that. I'm not sure what their threshold is or whatever, but there's probably a threshold, and I'm guessing it's does not include 50 miles per hour. How much rain do you think is Evansville, Indiana? Probably not much. I mean, you might get like a half an inch to an inch at most, but I wouldn't expect much up there. I wouldn't be surprised with something slightly higher than that, but I just don't see it being a big event there. How fast is this thing moving? About 10 miles per hour to the north right now. 10 miles per hour to the north. Thank you, Avery, for the super chat. Spring Hill, Florida. Haven't heard of that one yet. Let me look up where that is. You know, you'd think living in Florida, you know where these places are. I got no clue. Spring Hill, Florida. Probably going to be mostly wind. Tropical storm, maybe low-end hurricane force winds tomorrow. And then possibility for maybe an isolated tornado threat tomorrow afternoon and evening. And then storm surge upwards of 8 to 10 feet possible as well. Oops. Thank you, Michael, for the $20 super chat. Put some W's in the chat from Michael. Appreciate the generosity. Brief Cat 5. I still will not rule out a Cat 5 hurricane. I'm just saying, like, the odds of it at this point are just becoming much lower. We are currently about 23 to 24 hours away from landfall, and it's at about, I mean, currently the National Hurricane Center has us at 85-mile-per-hour sustained winds. I don't even think it's that high, to be honest. From the latest data they had, it looked like it was like 75, 80 miles per hour at the highest. So honestly, I honestly think this might be a bit weaker than what they're currently saying. But with that said, I think it's just
a new tornado warning has been issued.
That scared the crap out of me. All right, well, we do have a new tornado warning. Back over to this graphic. New tornado warning back up in Virginia. I don't even know what I was saying anymore, so I'll have to try to get back to that. Back up near Lynchburg. This is actually a pretty populated area. So if you are in this tornado warning, west of Lynchburg, west of Timberlake, this is going to be for Amherst, Bedford, and Lynchburg counties in Virginia. Seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Alright, can somebody tell me what I was just saying, or what I was talking about? Whatever I was talking about was interesting. Oh yeah, Cat 5. I think it's a low chance, especially since this is not rapidly intensifying right now. Until it starts rapidly intensifying, we're really not going to know what the intensity is going to be on landfall, but we still think this will at least be a major hurricane upon landfall. Thank you, Dylan. Oh, man. I don't know if I can get my hair to do that again. I kind of want to. There we go. Look at that. Fantastic. Look like I just came out of bed. Let me check the other radar site here. I don't really have a great radar view at all on these storms. The radar sites are really spotty around here, unfortunately. Definitely have some rotation. Yeah, it's gonna be right over Good and going towards Perryville and Coleman Falls. Eventually, this is gonna go towards Brandywine and Monroe in Virginia for this tornado warning. So, if you're in this tornado warning, again, make sure that you are seeking shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your own building. But again, our main focus, unless something's like about to be on the ground, we're going to be mostly talking about the hurricane, but we'll keep a close eye on it. And check other storms just to make sure we don't have any other rotation anywhere. Not really seeing much. This looks pretty tame right now across Georgia. I say that, but back over near Osceola, we have rotation. Right here near Fitzgerald and Osceola, we have some rotation that's developing. Might get a tornado warning going towards Abbeville in Georgia. Let me take off the cone because this looks so ugly on here right now. There we go. That looks way better. All right, so this right here near Fitzgerald, moving northbound, that might actually go tornado warning at some point here soon. Rotation has been intensifying there a little bit. So be weather aware if you're tuning in from Abbeville or Rhine, basically anywhere in this area. Just be weather aware. Have that tornado action plan ready to go. And then back over northwest of Jacksonville, just ordinary storms there. And everything else over here in the Big Bend looks pretty normal. Nothing really spinning there. And Florida, we do have an outer band about to reach Marco Island. I'm not seeing really any rotation. And then offshore, we have probably a couple water spouts happening, but that's well east of the mainland of Florida. So, two areas that we're watching for tornadic activity. One back over near Lynchburg, and then the other one, again, back over here in Georgia. That's not currently tornado warned, but I feel like it could be at some point here soon. Or Fitzgerald. So, we'll keep a close eye on that. In case it does anything funky. No problem, Suzanne. Have a good night. Or can I give a suggestion? You mean like a suggestion for the streams or something? If you have a suggestion, you can like message me on Discord. Probably the easiest way to do it, honestly, is messaging me on Discord or emailing me, because otherwise I'm probably not going to see it. At least after the next couple of days with, you know, Hurricane Helene. Alright. If you were in Destin, would you flee? I mean, if it was me, I wouldn't, personally. But again, granted, I am a weather person, so. But no, I don't think it'll be that bad there. Thank you, Brett, for becoming a moderate velocity member. We're one member away from 25 members today. If you want to become a member, it's the join button down below. Also the top link, or second top link in the description below. All right. Am I pulling an all-nighter? No, no way. No way. I mean, I almost tried doing that with Barrel when it made landfall. I'm glad I didn't, because if I did, I would have not been live for that tornado outbreak that happened. So yeah, I'm pretty hesitant on doing all-nighters for stuff like this, unless there was something really major happening. Okay, thank you to wow, thank you Josh, Ben, and Doug, all for becoming members, and welcome to the Velocities. We just got 3 just like that. 27 members now. Appreciate that. We've talked a lot about Valdosta, Georgia. Again, your biggest concern will be high wind gusts, upwards of, again, 80 to 90 miles per hour, maybe even a bit higher than that, since you're much further south in Georgia. Current thinking from this model, at least, showing near 80, 90, even near 100 mile per hour wind gusts. So, again, you're probably going to see some pretty significant wind gusts tomorrow night. Most recent run has it closer to 90. So, the most recent computer model run here on the RRFS, which is not a hurricane model, but it is a good one for impact potential and stuff. This one actually has it wobbling more towards the east side of that cone. Again, this isn't a hurricane model, but it is a model that has shifted quite a bit to the east on terms of landfall. Would that make a big difference to the, you know, landfall and whatnot? Not really. It would, like, increase winds a little bit near Gainesville if that happened, but aside from that, storm surge a bit further east, and that's kind of about it. There won't be any, like, major changes with that kind of shift, in my opinion. But if it does kind of wobble a little bit like that, which I don't think will happen, but if it did happen, you know, we'd be talking about slightly further east impacts in Florida. I don't think the Virginia tornado threat will be that bad on Friday, no. Unless you're in, like, southeast Virginia. Hey, Josh, Brett, Ben, Doug, and Jack for all becoming members. There was 5 of you. Appreciate it. Welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Alan, also for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. I'm still live? I've been live for like 2.5 hours. I mean, this isn't like super long. I was only planning on being live for like an hour, but I have nothing to really do tonight other than make, you know, a video or whatever, so I do have time. Tornado threat for Tennessee on Friday. Again, I don't really expect a tornado threat in Tennessee. And even if there was one, it would really only be consolidated to like far northeastern Tennessee. So tornado's not really something I'm forecasting for like Kentucky or Tennessee, unless you're really far to the east. Storm Prediction Center has you in a marginal threat if you're in that part of Tennessee or Kentucky. How's my Thursday been? It's not Thursday yet. We're still on Wacky Weather Wednesday. Actually, no, technically today... Okay, sorry, I didn't get the joke. It just turned into Thursday. Alright, guys, it's official. We're now in the day of landfall. As long as it doesn't make landfall after midnight, which it's not forecasted to. Awesome, I'll consider it. That's an interesting suggestion. Maybe like a members-only preview to a stream 30 minutes before we go live. I'll definitely consider it. Maybe for like certain days. Thank you, Rinda, for the super chat. Appreciate that. The tornado warning was canceled, I believe, or maybe my counter might not be updating. Was just canceled. Okay, never mind. My counter was ahead. The tornado warning was just canceled for Lynchburg in Virginia. That is really bright purple. Back to like blue. That's almost blue. Thank you, TXW, for the $10 super chat. Hurricane Helene hairline update. Dude, we're not doing a hairline update. Still got rotation up near Fitzgerald here. This should be tornado warned. Near Fitzgerald going towards Abbeville. Still got rotation here, not warned. Going right in the direction of Abbeville. Could get a tornado out of this here in a couple minutes. It's on the east side of Fitzgerald. It's not on the ground by any means, or at least from what we're seeing, but it is a supercell, low-topped, but it has rotation. So, wouldn't be surprised if it actually ends up getting tornado warned. All right, I've really got to pee. I'm going to be back in like 60 seconds. Stay tuned. We'll be back in a second. I'm going to zoom out real quick and go back to this view. Before we do that, thank you, Jack Lee, for the $100 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Jack Lee. That is way too kind of you. I appreciate the generosity. W's in the chat for Jack. Really appreciate that. Thank you for your generosity. All right, we'll be back in 60 seconds. Stay tuned. All right. I miss him. Guys, I wasn't gone that long. Only gone for like 60 seconds. Okay, let's get an update here on Fitzgerald. See what the velocity show in a second on that rotation. Thank you, Brett, for the very generous $20 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Brett, Parrish, Florida. Check it out. Anywhere over there, mostly going to be tropical storm force wind gusts and isolated tornado threat tomorrow. Maybe a couple inches of rain. Storm surge near the coast, but you're a little bit further inland. But 5 to 8 feet of storm surge possible in that area. Thank you, TXW, for another $10 super chat. That was more than 60 seconds. That was not longer than 60 seconds. There's no way you're timing it either. I think that's cap. Thank you, Batman, for the very generous $50 super chat. You guys are going crazy. Put some W's in the chat for Bama with the $50 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Sheesh, you guys are crazy. Thank you, Anthony, for the super chat. Dundon, Florida. Never heard of that one either. Let me look it up. Same forecast. Literally what I just said for Parrish, Florida. Basically, literally the same forecast. So, yeah. Literally the same exact thing. Nothing changed with my wording there. Waiting for Velocity's update here. I'm kind of surprised they didn't put a tornado warning on this. I do think we're going to probably have a low-end tornado threat overnight tonight here in Georgia. Pretty low, but definitely not zero. Who said Cat 4? Currently, the National Hurricane Center has this forecasted to make landfall as a low-end Cat 4 tomorrow morning. Or, not tomorrow morning. Tomorrow night. I might need caffeine. Dude, Jack Lee with another $100 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Jack Lee again. I've never even seen Jack Lee in this chat, I don't think, before. I could be wrong. I don't have great memory, but dude, I appreciate the generosity. That's crazy. Some more W's in the chat for Jack Lee. It's 2 $100 super chats in a row. Crazy stuff. It was 79 seconds I counted. There's no way you counted. No shot. Heads up, by the way, if you need a weather app to stay ahead of Hurricane Helene tomorrow, you can check out the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Has tons of features like live radar feed, has satellite imagery, and also computer models if you're a subscriber inside the app. But some of the other nice features are like the live radars. They have tons of live cameras across the United States. But if you are a subscriber inside the app, any subscriber, any subscription tier, you're going to be able to access these 7 different mesovorts. These are the live cameras that they've put up specifically for this hurricane tomorrow back over in the Big Bend of Florida. We got one over in Horseshoe Beach. We got one in Jenna, Florida. We got 2 actually back over in Keaton Beach. We got one on a building, and then we got, or like a home, and then we also got one over here, and it looks like a little park there near the beach. We also got another one south of Crawfordville, and then we also got another one in Carabel, and we have one also southeast of Apalachicola. So all these cameras will be available to you if you're a subscriber in the Radar Omega app. You can download it with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Highly recommend it. It's the weather app we've been using the entire stream. Thank you, TD Pearl, for the $30 donation through the donation link. I appreciate the generosity. Put some W's in the chat for TD Perland. Put the $30 donation through the donation link. Really do appreciate the generosity. Somebody asked about Disney World. I still think mostly just wind in Disney. A little bit of rain, but mostly wind. Around 50 miles per hour probably most of tomorrow. Wind will really pick up later in the day. It'll start out a little bit calm, or a little bit tame, I would say. Not really calm, but tame. Dude, there's no way. Bama with the $200 super chat. You guys are literally Crazy. Put some W's in the chat for Bama with the $200 super chat. I mean, seriously, I appreciate the generosity. I don't know what RTR means, but I do appreciate the generosity. I'm going to look up what RTR means. Record to report. Right to represent. Okay, I don't think those are right, but I appreciate the $200 super chat. You're way too kind, but I appreciate the generosity. Oh, Roll Tide Roll, dude. I'm not a college football person, so I wouldn't have known that. My bad. Roll Tide Roll. I mean, it makes sense for your name. Your name is Bama. It starts with Bama. Makes sense. I see why your name is your name. I'm not a big college football person, to be honest. Like, I have the college football video game, but, you know, I'm not a huge college football person. Go back to, we'll just keep it on infrared. So it looks like that core is still trying to wrap around. It's still not doing it, though. Still struggling with dry air in the center of this thing. It's been struggling all day. Alright. You watch the NFL? Yeah, I watch NFL football. That's like the one thing I do watch. I don't watch college football really ever. So, yeah, I'm mostly into NFL football. I mean, I watch NFL football like literally all the time. Dude, Jack Lee with another $100 super chat. You guys gotta chill. Another $100 super chat from Jack Lee. With some W's in the chat for Jack. That's now $300 in super chats. You guys are literally crazy. What's my team? Patriots. Now Corey May's coming in with the $100 super chat. I have friends in Tampa. They don't listen to me. Make them listen to you. I don't know how I'm going to make them listen to me, to be honest. I mean, if maybe you just tell them that I had cheese curds today and that'll help them out. Appreciate the $100 super chat from you too. Put some more W's in the chat for both of them. You guys are literally crazy. What is happening right now? I don't know. The donations are just off the charts. I'm gonna mail you something. I just don't know what to send. Awesome, you can mail me whatever. I mean, like, as long as it's like appropriate, you can mail me basically whatever. So feel free to mail whatever you want. $36-hour stream? We're not doing a 36-hour stream. My voice would not survive that. My voice has been, like, slowly deteriorating throughout the day today. We're definitely gonna need a rest and, you know, go live for Landfall. We're not doing crazy shenanigans, though. Rent paid? You'd be surprised. Rent is not cheap in Florida. The stream will be Max sleeping. I'm not doing a sleeping stream, probably ever. That sounds like an awful idea. Appreciate that, Wendy. Andy running a stream? I don't think Andy does streams anymore. He hasn't done them in like a year. Thank you, Ian, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Steven, for the super chat. Thank you, BRF, for the super chat as well. Chiefs Nation.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Whoa, that's not the right screen. We're not on Cat 3. All right, new tornado warning. That is west of Miami, back over near Marco Island. Little area of circulation near Everglades City. Moving north, it's going to be approaching Interstate 75. Very rural area here, but if you are in the pink polygon, seek shelter. Away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. Thank you, Bear, for the super chat. What about East Atlanta on Thursday and Friday? It's going to be mostly a lot of rain, and then also, you know, tropical storm force wind gusts upwards of 70 to maybe even 80 miles per hour. Thank you, Jackie, for the generous $50 super chat. Some W's in the chat for Jackie as well. You guys are literally crazy. I appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Jackie, for the $50 super chat. Have I ever been through a hurricane? I have. Ian, Nicole, Adalia, all of them. Thank you, Helene, for the $10 super chat. What about Cape Coral? Mostly going to be storm surge around 3 to 5, maybe up to 6 feet. And then tropical storm force winds. Going to be the main concerns. Thank you, Heather, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Appreciate that. Dude, you guys are crazy. Thank you, Manny, for the 10 gifted members. Put some W's in the chat for Manny, and if you got a gifted membership, make sure to thank Manny in the chat. I mean, guys, you guys are literally insane. Appreciate the generosity, and thank you, Manny, for the 10 gifted memberships. If you got a gifted membership, make sure to thank Manny in the chat. By the way, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We're currently 80 subscribers from 384 for thousands. We'll have live coverage for Landfall tomorrow. We're going to be live here for a little bit more tonight. Potentially up to an hour longer or so. So we'll be here. If anything does happen, we obviously have this tornado warning now in Everglades City. So we're keeping a close eye on that. Can you show us the hurricane hunters? They're not flying into the storm right now. So there won't be anything to show. Thank you, Rick, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Let's see what the next scan shows on this tornado warning. Again, this tornado warning is in Collier County, Florida. It's moving north at about 35 miles per hour. 35 miles per hour. $12 away. 10 away. 9 away. Getting close. Thank you, Texman, for the $100 super chat. You guys, this is crazy. Now we got Texman with a $100 super chat. Put some more W's in the chat for Texman. Appreciate the generosity. Fort Stewart, Georgia. You guys are just insane. I appreciate the generosity. This is getting pretty close, I think, to the most super chats that we've ever had in a stream. I don't know what that exact number is, but it's probably like the most. And we just hit 384. Sheesh. I think in terms of quantity of super chats, this is probably the most we've ever had. Thank you, Rubber, sorry, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. I'm a big fan of moisture. Okay. It's so hot in Idaho, I have my fan on? Really? In Idaho? There were some severe storms up there in Montana earlier today. Or earlier this evening, I should say. By the way, this is not currently, at least from right now, from what we know, this is not on the ground, but it could be at any time. We're just waiting for another radar scan. Circulation's gonna be crossing over Route 41 near Everglades City, going towards I-75 here in Southwest Florida on that tornado warning. Thank you, Eben also for the super chat. Thank you, Eastbound, for another $10 super chat. Set a record. I don't know, man. I don't know what the record is. I don't even know what we're at, to be honest. It's just, I know it's been a lot because the amount of super chats I've seen has probably been over 100 total, I would have to say. But I don't know. I appreciate that. Thank you, Midu, also for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Put some W's in the chat for Bama after becoming a VIP Velocity member. It's the highest tier membership on the channel. Do appreciate the generosity. Doing good, Ryan. How about you? Not all the time will you see a Max Velocity live stream, but what you do, you know it's popping. Are Venmos or Super Chats preferred? Venmo is preferred because there's no fee, or there's very little fee. YouTube is a larger fee on my end. Thank you, Inhaltation, for the Super Chat. What should we expect for Fort Walton Beach? Can you find where that is? Mostly gonna just be gusty winds. I mean, other than that, not much. Mostly just gusty winds over there near Destin. A little bit of rain, that's about it. Hey, TJ for the super chat. Thursday night football on your stream going at the same time tomorrow? I don't know what game's on tomorrow night. I won't be watching unless it's on my other monitor. Thank you, Brian, for the super chat. 50 feet storm surge would literally be, like, awful. Katrina was up to 28 feet. Imagine 50 feet. Just be literally catastrophic in so many ways. Hey, Ruben, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. Appreciate the generosity. Check Venmo. I haven't gotten any Venmos recently. I would get notified. He's been on a long time tonight. This isn't even that long. I've been on for 3 hours. 3-hour stream isn't that long. I had a day back in the spring where we were live for 16 straight hours. That was the longest stream ever. Or it was like 15 and a half hours. Thank you, Brent, for the super chat. What do you expect if you're about 70 miles west of Tallahassee? Probably not a whole lot. I mean, if you're about 70 miles west, like near Panama City, again, mostly just tropical storm force winds. A little bit of rain. Most of the rain will be to your east. Thank you, Ryan, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Should I move to Florida? I had somebody ask that to me earlier today on our stream earlier. They're like, where should I move to Florida if I don't want to get hit by a hurricane? I'm like, bro, I don't know what to tell you. Like, there's hurricanes anywhere you go here. It's just a matter of where it's going to happen. Thank you, RTG, for the super chat. Thank you, Wild Child, now for the $50 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Wild Child. Man, you guys are way too kind tonight. Appreciate the generosity. Put some more W's in the chat for Wild Child. You guys are insane. Thank you, Midu, also for the super chat. Appreciate that. Another $5 super chat. You guys are way too kind. The rotation on this tornado warning does appear broader. Back to Georgia. I would kind of be surprised if we didn't get a tornado warning on this. They did indicate that up to 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts will be possible. I mean, there's definitely some circulation right now heading towards Rhine and Abbeville, Georgia. A little bit of circulation there. Not really tight, but I feel like it would be strong enough for maybe some sort of warning. Hey, Diane, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. How will this affect the McDonald's drive-thru? That honestly might be what I get for food tomorrow before the stream. Thank you, Rubber, for the super chat. Thank you, Eric, for the super chat. Panacea, Florida. Panacea is going to basically be one of the worst impacted areas. I mean, that's where we could see up to 20 feet of storm surge. You know, that's one of the biggest threats. You sent a Venmo 15 minutes ago? Am I not getting notifications? Alright, we have one from Dylan. I don't know why I didn't get notified. Check Twitter. I did check Twitter. I did check it. Thank you, Tyler, also for the $5 Venmo. I somehow didn't get notified on those two. I don't know why. Alright, let me double check this question here. Port Charlotte, Florida. Isn't that back down in Cape Coral area? Yeah, you're mostly about, again, the main concern down there is storm surge, tropical storm force winds, an isolated tornado threat too. DL, I don't know if you're watching right now, dude. I don't know what's going on, dude. I couldn't tell you. This is literally the most super chats we've ever had in a stream. It's absurd. Thank you, Mark, for the super chat. Thank you, Grim, for the super chat. A tsunami is, I would say, definitely different. A tsunami is unexpected. That just happens out of nowhere, usually. Oh, how's it going? I didn't even know you were in the chat. McDonald's breakfast before Eyewall? That sounds lit. Eastbound for another $30 super chat. Night Owl brothers always take care of each other. I appreciate that. I appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Mark, for another $5 super chat. Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Matt, for the super chats. Dude, I mean, I have never had so many super chats in my life, like in a stream. It's insane. Like, literally nonstop. Thank you, Anthony, for the super chat. Any changes from the 2 p.m. update for Newport Richie? No, it's the same forecast as earlier today. Nothing's really changed, because the track is still going to the same place. So nothing's really changed there. Thank you, Stormrunner Media, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you, Lunatic, for the super chat. Thank you, Even, for the super chat. Thank you, Storm Chaser, for the super chat. Is Waffle House closed? I don't know. Apparently there's one closed in Crawfordville. Thank you, Stormrunner Media, for becoming a 1-month member. Thank you, Inhaltation, for the super chat. I don't even know, man, anymore. This is way too much. This is a tissue moment. Yes, let's get the tissues out. Thank you, Debbie, for the super chat. Thank you, Hex, for the super chat. I can't even say super chat anymore. Bainbridge, Georgia. Oh, is that Southwest Georgia? I mean, in general, Southwest Georgia, mostly gonna be more of a wind threat. Back over to the wind gusts. Mostly going to be the wind that's the concern in Southwest Georgia. So here's the look at the wind gusts. I'll go hour by hour, kind of slowly here, so you can just kind of see depending on where you are. This is 10 p.m. Timestamp top left, by the way. It's midnight. Thank you, Linda, for becoming a 6-month member. Thank you, Doctor, for the super chat. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you, Ben, for the super chat. Just landed Crazy Coffee. Oh, you're talking to somebody. I was about to say, like, I thought you got Crazy Coffee. Good thing that you just landed. I didn't realize your flight got delayed, dude. I haven't looked at the group chat at all this entire time. I literally have had no chance to look. Hey, Shelly, for the generous $20 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Shelly. Appreciate the generosity. I'm not saying that phrase, but I do appreciate it. If I say that phrase, will forever be cursed. Thank you, Connor, for the super chat. I think it'll be alright, Connor. Just stay aware. I mean, there could be a potential for, like, hydroplaning, and there will be gusty winds, but I think you'll be okay. I mean, it's mostly going to be wind on your drive down from South Carolina. And the wind gusts right now forecasted in Florida are, like, you know, they're not high. I would say, like, they're not, like, to the point where you should just not go. Well, unless it's, like, not mandatory. Then you might just be safer staying home. Thank you, Pip, for the super chat. Thank you, Wicked, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Jason, for the super chat. Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Inhaltation, for the super chat. Thank you, Cole, for the generous $20 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Cole. Thank you, Gabriel, for the super chat. Oh, yeah, hopefully you stay safe at FSU. I know they're closed. I think they're closed both Thursday and Friday. Thank you, Megan, for the super chat. Let me drive the boat. Yeah, let's get Stormrunner Media a boat. That'd be lit. In the Northern Gulf. Get a boat stream going. Dude, imagine if somebody chased on a boat on, like, one of these hurricanes. That'd be crazy. Valdesta is, again, mostly a wind threat. Up to 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible there. Thank you, Ireland, for the super chat. Thank you, Lunatic, for another super chat. Panama City, mostly tropical storm force winds. Thank you, Survive, for the super chat. We're getting, like, 5 super chats every, like, minute. It's insane. Stormrunner Media, you're just gonna be, or DL, you're gonna be just with, like, Connor and Freddy. You're just gonna be, like, tailing them or something. That might honestly be the move, because you're solo. Solo dolo. I'm not sure how aggressive they're gonna be, though, tomorrow for chasing. Thank you, Eastbound, for the super chat. Props to the people in the chat tonight. I mean, yeah. Appreciate the generosity, guys. I mean, it's crazy. You guys are way too generous. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna chase the tornado threat or even the flooding threat Friday, like inland, I don't know if you will, but if you do, then you definitely don't want to get stuck. But do you have to fly back out of Jacksonville? Or no? Thank you, Tara, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Saturday morning? Oh, you have a flight out Saturday morning. Okay, makes sense. So you're only going to be here for the landfall. Okay. I'm not sure if anybody's going to go up to, like, northeast Georgia to cover that flooding threat or not. I'm not sure. I feel like most people are focused on the hurricane. Thank you, Cryptic, for becoming a member. Thank you, Rachel, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Yeah, I would have to say the computer models have been pretty accurate so far with Helene. They've been pretty spot on in terms of track. But it took a while. It took a while for this to really correlate, because we had a big range like 4 days ago. Could have made landfall from Texas back into Florida, and now it's more, you know, obviously it's making landfall in Florida now, but it's a pretty big range before. Gotcha deal. Yeah, good luck, dude. Stay safe. Like, I told Connor that too, dude. I'm like, dude, you guys, please stay safe. If this is like a Cat 4 on landfall, don't go crazy and don't get trapped. Like, that would be the worst thing to happen. I honestly think chasing a hurricane is like the most dangerous thing to do. Like, chasing a tornado, like, I feel like I was thinking about this earlier. I'm like, I could probably chase a Cat 1, Cat 2 hurricane. You know, Cat 4 potentially hurricane, I don't think I could do at all, especially with a lot of trees and stuff like that. Maybe, but a tornado doesn't scare me at all. Like, I would 100% be down for tornado chases, but thank you, Gina, for the super chat. Thank you, Ruben, for the super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Glad to be part of this historic super chat stream. That's basically what it's turned into. Thank you, Jason, for the super chat. Mobile will be mostly just some gusty winds. You're not really going to see much in Mobile, though. Nothing scares me. I would say a Cat 4 or Cat 5 hurricane, chasing it near the eye and the eye wall, that would probably scare me. Especially if I was near all that storm surge and stuff like that. That would scare me. This tornado warning probably going to be end up getting canceled. Or let to expire. We got some broad circulation here near Rhine in Georgia, moving north. Thank you, Faz, for the super chat. Thank you, Zombie, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. It's good to have a healthy fear of these storms. I mean, I guess so. It technically is. You don't want to go too crazy. I don't know. I've kind of felt like Connor might play it aggressive, but I don't know what he's doing. I know Freddy wants to play it conservative. I talked to him earlier today. Thank you, Mister, for becoming a 3-month member. Yeah, Connor said he's bringing a wetsuit. I don't know what that means, but I don't know how close they're going to be, really. I don't know. I guess time will tell, really. We're not going to know until tomorrow. I think it'll depend on the intensity of this, too. But, I don't know. We'll see. Hurricane hunters are en route. Yep. They are probably en route now. Yeah, they are en route from, it looks like Louisiana or Mobile or something like that. It's going to be a little bit till they get there, though. What are your stream plans for this? We're going to go live at some point tomorrow. I don't have a time scheduled or anything like that. Again, just have your click the bell icon so you're notified when I go live. That's the best way to get notifications. Subscribe to the channel, again, if you are new here and you have not already. We will be live for landfall coverage tomorrow. We'll probably start sometime in the middle of the afternoon. I don't want to be live for 12 plus hours unless there's some big impacts happening. So if there's nothing big happening, we're not going to go live probably until the mid-afternoon. And we're going to have several storm chasers out there. We'll have several live cameras. We're going to have a lot of different stuff. So definitely recommend you tune in. I have over half a dozen storm chasers, including Brandon Kopic, Corey Gherkin, Stormrunner Media, Connor Croft, Ben Williams, Cannon Calton, I think, as well. We have basically 7 chasers. I don't think I can use all of them because, unfortunately, we only have like 5 slots for chasers, or we have 6, but we should have the majority of them on here tomorrow. Thank you, Eastbound, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you, Mister, also for the 3 months. I don't know if I already said that, but I appreciate that. It is still expected to make landfall as a Category 4 hurricane, but it's on the lower end spectrum of that. Yeah, I wouldn't have to. I mean, you wouldn't have to pay me for that. I don't know, maybe. It would be easier if you were live, though. Thank you, Jessica, for becoming a member. Thank you, Inhalation, for the super chat. Is there a chance of Helene shifting? Not really. I think it's going to make landfall where the cone of uncertainty is, which the cone currently looks like this. So I still think it's going to make landfall between the two darker red lines on the left and right. TL, you should just go live. Just go live right now. Imagine. It'd be so funny. I'd raid you if you went live. Apparently Brandon Kopic is going to be in Keaton, Florida, I think, on like an Airbnb or something. I don't know if he's staying there for this, but that would be kind of crazy. From the airport? Are you still at the airport right now? Thank you, Gabriel, for the super chat. Hey, good thing you evacuated. Good thing you evacuated. Got the video games and the PS5. That's all you need. I didn't even know you were, I didn't realize you were still at the airport. Are you like waiting for your bags or something? Did Connor ever make his flight? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he's in Florida. Everybody that at least I know of is in Florida. Oh, you just got off the plane. Oh, I didn't realize you just got off the plane. Okay, well, I guess DL just got off the plane. Getting word now. He is off the plane, folks. I thought you were like maybe at your hotel room or something. I didn't realize you were that far out. Did Ben say he's not going to get to like wherever he's getting till until like 3 a.m. or something? Dude, that guy's cooked. Saw that in the group chat too. Yo, Dylan, I don't know if you're still in the chat, dude, but why? There's no way we're putting that sort of edit on Twitter. No shot. Hey, Jason for the super chat. Hey, Gabriel for the super chat. I think I already read that one. Won't be there until like 3 a.m. Oh, that sucks. I mean, the good news is it doesn't make landfall until tomorrow night, so I guess that's a good thing. It's already a Cat 4? No, right now it's a Cat 1 still. This is still a Cat 1. It's taken a lot of time to intensify. It is not rapidly intensified at all yet. That might change. Again, it's supposed to change overnight tonight. But yeah, I mean, right now it's struggling. There's been dry air in the center. Again, we are expecting this to rapidly intensify. It's taken forever. It's that dry air. No, this is a big hurricane. I mean, even with it being a Cat 1, it's still a pretty big hurricane. Connor is sleeping right now. I would have to agree with that. He didn't get back to my message, so I'm guessing he is sleeping. How fast is the eye moving? About 10 miles per hour off to the north. That'd be a crazy stream deal, though. You should just go live. Go live from the car to the hotel. Little banger in the middle of the night. That'd be pretty interesting. By the way, tornado warning has been canceled. So that tornado warning is no longer ongoing. And our camera is broken. I don't know how long it's been like that for, but it's been like that probably for a bit. There we go. Camera's back. If you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. I appreciate that, Eastbound. Appreciate your generosity. Probably be live here for like another, I don't know, 40 minutes maybe? Either go for like another 20 minutes or another like 50 minutes. We'll see how it goes. Thank you, Lisa, for the $10 Venmo. Appreciate the generosity. By the way, thank you to anybody that super chatted, became a member, anything like that. I literally do appreciate your generosity. Like, seriously. Appreciate it. You guys for your support. We are 2 members away from 50. So, apparently, if you want to become a member, it's the join button down below or the top link in the description. What's the longest time I've ever streamed? About 15 and a half hours back in May, I think it was. What time will I be online tomorrow? Again, I don't know. I would say an ETA is like 3 o'clock. Assuming I don't go live tomorrow morning for an update, I will be live sometime around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Or whenever there are impacts being felt. Because I'm not going to go live if nothing's happening. If something's really happening, then we'll go live earlier than that. But if it's literally just raining, then I'm not going to go live. DL has his luggage secured. W in the chat. Thank you, Eastbound, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Did you just vape? Again, it's a water bottle. Thank you, Lunatic, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. That is 50 members today. Appreciate anybody that's become a member. Thank you, Sween, for the $20 super chat. I appreciate the stream. How old is the latest track in win data? Approximately an hour and 40 minutes old. Maximum sustained winds for Lake City. Where's Lake City? There's so many lakes. Lake City, probably going to see around like 80 mile per hour wind gusts tomorrow night. Maybe 85. Thank you, Leslie, for becoming a member. Thank you, ATL, also for the super chat. By the way, put some W's in the chat for Sween. Appreciate the $20 super chat. I already talked about Bainbridge, Georgia. Again, mostly a wind threat. Anywhere from like 80 to 100 mile per hour wind gusts will probably be the peak. Thank you, Shotgun, for the $20 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Shotgun as well. I was in Mexico Beach during the Hurricane Michael. If officials tell you to evacuate, do. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Michael really went crazy last second. That was a bit of a surprise. How am I holding up? I'm doing pretty good, honestly. My voice is kind of drained a little bit, but I'm doing pretty good. We've done, obviously, a lot of live streams and videos. We've had 2 videos and 2 live streams a day for the last 2 days. That's never happened ever, by the way. There's no way. It's crazy. Thank you, Christina, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. How's school been? Oh, it's painful to balance that and this. I'm telling you. It is not easy. Not easy at all to balance both things at all. So, yeah, it's definitely tough, but I'm glad it's like my second to last semester. This has been the hardest semester by far because I want to be live as much as possible, but you know, that balance needs to be there. How's it going, Max? Hope you're doing well. How do I send a donation? There are donation links in the description, and you can also click the money symbol if you'd rather super chat. Still says 1 tornado warning. Yeah, I'm not sure why. Sometimes the tornado warnings, for some reason, don't update always on the bottom right, but there are no tornado warnings right now. The one that we had got canceled. So. Have a good night, Lori. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you, Jason, for the super chat. There's no storm behind Helene right now. We have one area of development, and then we have Tropical Storm Isaac, which is back up in the northern Atlantic. If you're seeing scary thumbnails, and guys, there's one person on YouTube. I'm not gonna say his name, but it's ridiculous. Like, there's a lot of things. But the first thing was like they're already predicting apparently Isaiah or Isaac or whatever to go into the Gulf like next week or something. Like, there's no forecast right now out there that has another hurricane in the Gulf next week at all. So, you know, if you're seeing like big hurricanes, Cat 5s, scary titles, I would definitely recommend at least checking the National Hurricane Center before actually clicking on it, because it might be just hype. So, thank you, thank you, Bama, for the 20 gifted members. Put some W's in the chat for Bama. If you got a gifted membership, make sure to thank Bama in the chat. Bama has been going crazy tonight. I appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Melody, for becoming a member as well. How close to 100 members? We need 27 more members for 100. Is Jacksonville safe to evacuate to? It's not a bad spot. I mean, as long as you're a little bit inland, I mean, yeah, you're pretty good spot. A little bit of wind for the most part tomorrow, tropical storm force winds, but aside from that, yeah, you're pretty good. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Albany is mostly going to be wind. So if you're in Albany, expect hurricane force winds upwards of 100 miles per hour for wind gusts. That's the main concern. Thank you, Gabriel, for the super chat. My first major hurricane on record to directly affect Leon County. Interesting. I don't know where that county is. Thank you, Kelly, for becoming a member. Thank you, Ty, for the $5 super chat. No problem at all. Appreciate you tuning in.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning in Georgia. This is a storm that we've been watching for like an hour on the radar. We were watching it on and off, and that is why. That rotation's coming together right over Rhine, Georgia, moving north. We could have a tornado dropping in the next few minutes. That is heading in the direction of Eastman, going towards Chester as well in Georgia. So if you are in the pink polygon, make sure that you are seeking shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. This is going to be a rain-wrapped tornado if it is on the ground, so don't try looking for it. And it's also nighttime, so 2 reasons why you shouldn't be looking for it. So make sure in your safe place if you are in the pink polygon here in Georgia. Sorry guys, I'm trying to fix this camera. For some reason it keeps glitching out. Keep missing the time to scroll down for some reason on here. Work, please. Dude, oh my god, I can't do it. This is so annoying. Please, just work. Alright, this camera is just shocked. I can't get to work. Alright. Well, again, if you're just tuning in, tornado warning here in Georgia, going towards Eastman, Chester. We're having a new radar scan coming in right now, so we'll see what the velocities look like. But pretty strong rotation. It's definitely enough for there to be a tornado. So if you are in the warning, definitely make sure that you're in your safe place that's underground. If you can, storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. I scrolled one too many times this time. Nice. There we go. All right. Finally fixed it. Thank you, Matt, for becoming a member, and welcome to the velocities. All right, here's the latest velocity scan. Should be updating in a second. Thank you, Gabriel, for the super chat. Oh, Tallahassee, I gotcha. Thank you, Fickle, for the super chat. I don't know where Spartanburg is. Zoom out a little bit until that radar scan comes in. It is moving to the north right now, going towards Eastman, Georgia. Is Radar Omega what you're using? That is what I'm using. That is what I'm actively using right now. Yes, if I see one more thing about the vape, I might have to ban the word vape in this chat, dude. It's not a vape. It's literally a water bottle. Hey, KFC, for becoming a member, and welcome to the velocities. There was a radar scan that came in and it never actually updated. This is the southern radar site. Pretty tight couplet right over Rhine. I mean, again, we might have a tornado on the ground at any point. Pretty rain wrapped too.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I don't know what happened with the warnings, but they just dropped down off the board. There we go. New tornado warning. This is going to be back over near Everglades, Florida. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter. Little circulation going to be coming inland. Moving north. Possible tornado. Or at least possibly a fishnado, but potentially a tornado going towards Weaver Station. Eventually going towards I-75. Pretty rural area once again, but if you're in the warning, definitely seek shelter. Thank you, Midu, for the super chat. Thank you also to Inhalation for another super chat. Thank you, KFC, for becoming a member. Still haven't gotten a radar scan, unfortunately, on that northern storm. We have a tornado in Georgia. It's going to be north of Rhine, going towards Eastman again. There very easily could be a tornado. But again, I'm not sure why. The reflectivity just updated, so we should have a new update on velocities and stuff. There's the velocities. Still not tight, but definitely strong enough for there to be a tornado. We'll see what the correlation coefficient shows. Thank you, Dylan, for the super chat. I still think Helene could become a Cat 5. It's just a very low chance. I'm still pretty much on pace with my forecast. High in Cat 3, low in Cat 4 on landfall. Correlation coefficient hasn't updated either. But if we have a tornado, it's on me on the north side of Rhine. Thank you, Done, for the super chat. It's a custom thing that we made. It's like a software that we only have. It's a special thing. Somebody custom coded the entire thing. Hey, Potato, for the super chat. It could still wobble. It's very possible. I just don't think it'll be a major wobble. No debris signature on that tornado warning in Georgia. We'll go back to the one in Florida. One in Florida looked the most interesting. I have a little fishnado here over like the marsh area here. Hey, Sneezing Panda, for the super chat. How much of Alabama will this affect? It's really only going to affect southeast Alabama. The only area, really, maybe up and down the east part of Alabama, but mostly southeast Alabama, is going to be in the impact zone for some tropical storm force winds. And that's really about it. A little bit of rain, too. Latest scan, still showing rotation right over the north side of Rhine, moving northbound. Then you just stay in your safe place if you are in Bleakley, Dodge, or Pulaski counties in Georgia. That's what's currently included in this warning. Hope you feel better soon, Inhalation. Thank you, hello, for the super chat. Do you think Gainesville, Georgia will be hit hard? I don't know where Gainesville, Georgia is. Mostly just wind, and also the flooding threat is really, I'd say, the biggest concern up there. Could have some pretty significant flooding on Friday. Aside from that, though, it's mostly going to be just wind. All right, new radar scan coming in. We'll see what the velocities look like. And rotation's a bit broader on the latest scan, so not nearly as bad as before. Good stuff. Let's hope it trends that direction. They have issued hurricane warnings up into Macon. Was that like that before? Do you guys remember? I don't know if before it went all the way up into Macon. I don't know if it went all the way up into Macon before, but tropical storm warnings also in effect, by the way, for southeast Georgia now, or southeast Tennessee, excuse me, I think. Those are a couple new updates, I think, from the last update. We were talking about that probability of that happening. No, it's still not up into Tennessee, unless this is a new map. I don't know where the border is. Is this the border? All right, maybe it's not in Tennessee yet. I still think we could get some tropical storm warnings near, like, Chattanooga. I don't know. It didn't change? Okay, never mind. I'm just tripping. It's almost 1 a.m. Thank you, Sneezing Panda, for the super chat. Where do you think the worst winds will be in Alabama? Really far southeastern Alabama. Like, it would have to be, like, near the Dothan area, essentially. Thank you, Kevin, for the super chat. It could still shift east. It just wouldn't be a major shift. It would be a pretty small shift if it shifted east. I actually see a little hook on this storm. It's really not really impressive, but That's your hook right there on this little storm that's tornadic. Hey, Rob for the super chat. You think High Point, Florida will get hit hard? I don't know where High Point is. And if you can give me like more specific locations, it would help. Like more like known cities nearby. Because the forecast is pretty similar if you're within like 20 miles of another city. Or even 30 miles. Hey, Joshua for the super chat. Messy hook, yeah. This is not your typical, you know, springtime severe storm in Oklahoma. It's definitely not like that. This is just a tropical system type stuff. Thank you, Ian, for the super chat. Thank you, Living, with the super chat as well. I don't know what Warren Robins is. Is that a town or is that a place? Oh, it's just south. It's gonna be the same thing for like Macon as well, mostly on the lower spectrum of hurricane force winds, but I could see there being like 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts as long as the forecast stays as is. So definitely be prepared for that. Power outage is going to be on the probably more scattered to numerous side of things. Thank you, Mary, for the super chat. Ian is not going to be... I mean, Ian was way different, and it was also direct landfall there. Ian was way worse. This is not as bad as Ian down there, but it will still be significant with storm surge up to 8 feet, potentially. Or I don't know if it's 8 feet down there. Let me check again. The forecast down there is 5 feet, so up to 5 feet of storm surge in Charlotte Harbor. So, I mean, we're still talking about the potential for some significant storm surge near the coastline, but it's not nearly as bad as what Ian was. Tropical storm force winds expected, but again, it's definitely a step down for that part of Florida compared to Ian. Thank you, Guardian, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Let's go back to the Florida tornado warning. The Florida tornado warning cell has just moved inland. Rotation is going to be moving towards Route 41. And then, again, very rural area of Florida, but if you're in that warning, stay in your safe place. Back to the one in Georgia. We'll wait for the next radar scan. There are 26,000 people in that tornado warning in Collier County, Florida. What? Where are the 26,000 people at? Is it Everglades City, maybe? Oh, it must be over here. Oh, okay. It's kind of like the east side of Naples. That's what that is. Okay. I was about to say, like, where is everybody living? It's like this part of Florida, like right along the interstate. Usually nobody lives here. Very limited, at least. Thank you, Ben, for the super chat. Probably. Probably. Still pretty tight rotation. Again, we might have like a little tornado coming inland right now towards the Weaver's Station area. A little bit of broad circulation too near Ave Marie. Any sleep tonight? I will be sleeping, yes. We're not gonna be live the entire night. We're just here for a little bit. Not sure how long though. We've been live for quite a while. As long as this tornado threat keeps going, we'll probably still be live, so. Yeah, at this rate, we're probably not going to go live tomorrow morning. It'll more than likely be the afternoon, you know, landfall stream. You should stay live till the next National Hurricane Center update. I probably won't. I mean, it's not a big update. It's their smaller update, and I'm not sure anything's really going to change, to be honest. Because there's no aircraft recon even near the hurricane, so I don't think anything's going to change at 2 o'clock. Next time anything changes is 5. Thank you, Devin, for the super chat. Ian didn't really shift trajectory that much. It kept, I mean, it was in the cone of uncertainty the entire time. So it didn't really shift that much further south over time. It was just the general trend. Thank you, Gabriel, also for the super chat. Yeah, I can see that. Thank you, Zemo, also for the super chat. Still no debris signature on this particular tornado warning cell going towards Eastman. Latest scan still showing rotation. It's just not really tightened yet. Heading in the direction of Eastman, Georgia. I'm totally ignoring gritty requests. Hey, if we get like 24 more members, it might just happen. At the end of the stream, it might just happen. Hey, Nisha for the super chat. Not really much happening tonight. I mean, tomorrow will be the bigger threat. I mean, we could see an isolated brief spin up somewhere in Georgia, like kind of what we're seeing now, but it's a relatively low risk. Hey, Ty for becoming a member and welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Zemo, for the super chat. I'd say the chances of a Cat 5 are like a 5% chance. So, pretty low. Where did you get your haircut? Well, are you trying to avoid the place or something? My hair, like, for some reason, my haircut, like, it's not bad, but the problem is my, like, hair, like, on the front, they cut it way shorter than, like, the back. It makes no sense, so, I don't know. It's kind of weird. It's out of whack. It's out of whack. Friendly reminder, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We're going to have live landfall coverage Thursday, so if you're new, hit the red button down below and subscribe. Like the stream again if you have not already. Follow us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Make sure also make sure to follow us on Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. All the links to our social medias are in the description below. We're also on TikTok, but it's just basically a re-upload of our videos. So, in addition to that, I think that's it. I was thinking of other stuff, but that's it for the updates. Hey, Scarlet for the super chat. Alabama's going to get pretty hard in the southeast side of the state, I think, but not like that hard. It's mostly just going to be wind in Alabama. Like, aside from wind, that's basically it. There's not really going to be much flooding there. Tornado threat really won't exist there, so the risk overall elsewhere is pretty low. Thank you, Jace, for the super chat as well. Panama City mostly going to be wind as well. Mostly just wind. This rotation on this tornado warning cell near Eastman continues to stay relatively broad. So, not really seeing much there right now. And then that southern tornado warning southeast of Cape Coral. That one did look like it had more intense rotation, but still not seeing any debris signature or anything like that. But yeah, this tornado threat, it's going to last overnight tonight. Just going to stay relatively isolated. The threat really picks up tomorrow. How's New Orleans look? New Orleans is not going to be hit by this. New Orleans isn't going to see really anything from this. Can I go over tomorrow? I've already gone over it, and honestly, if I went over it again, I'd probably lose my voice. So I honestly recommend just going back to the beginning of the stream. I went over the entire thing into detail and all that sort of stuff. I'd recommend you just go back to the beginning of the stream. Like, I could go over it again, but I'm not trying to lose my voice right before a live stream tomorrow. Especially since tomorrow's probably gonna be pretty long. Is that hail on the camera? No, it's just rain. Just blowing rain in Cape Coral. Thank you also, Zemo, for another super chat. Stormer Media back in the chat? Or they? I didn't see them in the chat if they said something. I don't see them. I think it's time for bed, everybody. Tell them, everybody go to bed? Everybody's going to bed, apparently. Wow. Thank you, Tofu, for becoming a 4-month member. Waffle House update. Thank you, Nisha, also for the super chat. Again, go back to the beginning of the stream. I highly recommend you go back to the beginning. Again, I can't go back through a full forecast again. I wish I could. Yeah, Waffle House has closed. And I don't know where, but there's a boarded up Waffle House. I think it's Crawfordsville. Crawfordsville, Florida. Back up near Tallahassee. Hey, Trey for the super chat. I'm in Eastman, Georgia. Oh, yeah, you're in Eastman? Yeah, I mean, we're talking about right now. There's nothing on the ground right now. The velocities, as of 3 minutes ago, still somewhat broad. Just stay in your safe place until the warning is officially lifted. Got 10 more minutes on the tornado warning. I could see us having more of a tornado threat on the northern side, actually, maybe developing, but right now that's the couplet. It's not really... doesn't look that impressive, but it's enough to keep this tornado warning going. They did issue a new severe thunderstorm warning in Virginia. Back over east of Waynesboro, near Charlottesville. There is a tornado possible label on that. Mostly just wind. So 60-mile-per-hour winds possible. Alright, we'll just stay here until the next scan. Thank you, Daniel, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. We gotta do hurricane track? We did at 11. The new track isn't really different from the last one. It's like slightly different. This is the track that we currently have. No major changes really, but still expected to be a low-end Cat 4 upon landfall. High-end Cat 3. Yeah, have a good night, Moody. Appreciate you tuning in. Well, it's snow. No, I don't expect snow out of this hurricane. Snow is not in the forecast. I gotta say, really, the biggest thing that dropped like my jaw today was the storm surge forecast. Having a forecasted storm surge up to 20 feet is just crazy. When do you guys think I should go live tomorrow? Anybody got any ideas? Tell me we think we should be going live tomorrow. Still no CC drop, still broad rotation. 5 a.m.? Yeah, I mean, if I go live at 5 a.m., I'll be out by 12 o'clock. Like, I will not be live long. Got some 3 p.m.s, 2 a.m. I'm not going live again at 2. We're already live. 3 p.m. I'll probably go ahead and schedule the stream tonight, just so it's there tomorrow for landfall. Probably. Okay, I'm gonna just make that stream real quick. We'll schedule it for like 3 p.m. tomorrow. I have it scheduled for 4 p.m. Eastern, but it'll probably change depending on what happens. Just got to put up on there just for tomorrow. Let's do this. All right. After my doctor's appointment? I don't know when your doctor's appointment is. I got it, Tucker. Thank you. I know. Yeah, we'll probably do like 3 p.m. Eastern. I meant today, by the way, not Friday. I'm talking about Thursday, which is technically today. Do I enjoy Pokemon? No. Definitely not into Pokemon. The tornado warning cell here in Florida, it's pretty much died out, so not too concerned about that one at this point. The only one that has really any concern right now is the one back up here in Georgia. So stay live probably at least through the duration of this warning. See what happens after that. Any tie for the super chat? It's probably, I mean, you basically need something in the low 900s. So lower end 900s for that to happen. I mean, Chad, basically the entire state of Florida is in a tornado risk, so that doesn't tell you anything. I don't know what will. Basically, the entire state's under a tornado risk to some extent. You're still awake, Max? I don't go to bed usually until like 3 a.m. This should not shock anybody, to be honest. This is a very typical sort of thing for me. Go live when Freddie and Connor go live? Well, they're going live at like noontime. I'm not going to go live at lunchtime unless something's happening. Hey, Stacy for the super chat. How's Bradenton, Florida going to look like? Let me look. I don't know where Bradenton is, but I'll look it up. And some of these super chats, like, I'm not going to look up every town. I mean, anywhere like near Tampa, mostly just going to be hurricane force wind or tropical storm force winds and storm surge near the coastline up to 8 feet is possible with storm surge. Isolated tornado threat. Ohio? Ohio is mostly just going to be gusty winds like Friday afternoon and evening. Southern side of the state will get some beneficial rainfall to hopefully help the drought out a little bit. Okay. Quazo, if you have any, if you have any cameras, feel free to email me or something like that. Thank you, Jaws, for the $25 donation. Jaws is back. Haven't seen Jaws in forever. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. Appreciate the $25 donation. Funding the helping. Appreciate the donation. Where's the bench cam? I don't think we have a bench cam. We'll see tomorrow morning. I mean, we got 7 cameras. I can't really see every spot because some of them are dark right now, but it's hard to see. Tornado warning in Georgia expires in 2 minutes. This one will probably just be let to expire. Rotation's broadening out quite a bit. I'm in the path of the storm. Oh yeah, I forgot you're along the Gulf Coast. Stay safe. Yeah, it's gonna be a busy day tomorrow. It's gonna be a busy, busy day. Hey, Taco for the super chat. Sent feta cheese. I can't wait. Thanks for sending me feta cheese. Is this hurricane doing anything? Look at infrared imagery. Okay. It's trying. That dry air, I'm telling you, dude, this dry air is like the most shocking thing about this entire hurricane. It's really been hurting it. Will this be a Cat 3 by 7 a.m.? I don't know, man. I don't know if it'll really get up to that level. Oh, you're in Northwest Georgia? Okay, I gotcha. I thought you were on the Gulf Coast. Oh, that's DK. Never mind. Yeah, you're definitely have some winds for sure Friday morning. Then, maybe some flooding. Flooding should be mostly to your east. Thank you, J Money, for the super chat. Is there a P.O. box? There's a P.O. box, but please do not send food. The link's in the description if you ever want to send any fan mail, though. Dude. Oh man, this chat, I tell you. This chat's always so weird. The tornado warning in Georgia's gone. The one here in Florida will probably be gone next. Will we wake up with a Cat 3? I don't know, man. I really don't know. It's going to depend on whatever they find in this hurricane on their next loop around. The hurricane hunters are currently en route. Honestly, it's spinning. It's... I don't know. It's hard to judge this off of not having any, recon data right now. That's, like, the biggest thing. It's hard to judge it off of having no recon data. So... if we had some sort of, recon data, it would be way easier. But we haven't had Hurricane Hunter in here in like 3 or 4 hours, so we don't really know what's happening, aside from what's happening on infrared imagery. Stay safe, average. I wonder what TikTok's saying? Probably a lot of bad things. Yeah, I don't know what to make of this right now. I don't know what to make of it. It's dry air, just kind of still in there. It's weird, honestly. Like for a hurricane with this potential, the potential it has, it's weird that dry air is the one thing that's kept it from rapidly intensifying over the last 12 hours or so. It's weird. But again, I still think it will. It's just a matter of when. I don't think it is. I don't think it is right now, but maybe soon. I mean, 4 hours ago, Hurricane Hunters said that the eye wall was closed. Rapid intensification should begin soon, is what I thought about it. But nothing's really happened yet. Don't know. Don't know. I'm good with that. I mean, all of us are good with it. The problem is we don't really know, because, we don't have a Hurricane Hunter right now in there. I think there will be one there in about half an hour or so. Because one's flying in right now, but they're still coming in from the north side. We can actually probably put them up here on the map. Also on Radar Omega, if you download the app with the top link in the description, you can actually see the Hurricane Hunter aircraft flying in. I don't remember where it is. It's a tropical weather, Hurricane Hunters, dude, 10 minutes ago, that one. Yeah, so there right now, the plane is right here. As of 10 minutes ago, flying into some of those outer bands. Yeah, 2 a.m. update might have new information with that plane. The 2 a.m. update might have an update with that plane. Because right now the update's in 40 minutes. This plane will be flying in, so we should get some new data here pretty soon. Friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Like the stream. Join our Discord server. Links in the description as well. Will I be here for the 2 a.m. update? I'm not sure. Not really sure yet. Depends on how fast this plane gets there. Because preferably, I want to be able to get some sleep tonight. So... You're still on here? I am. Still live. I mean, we've been live for like 4 hours. It's not like a shocking amount of time. We were live for 2.5 hours earlier too, so we've been live for like almost 7 hours total today. Is there a plane above it? Plane's about to fly in. Alright, so the plane's flying in. We'll be here. The plane's starting to fly in, it looks like. It's taking that angle. So, yeah, we'll be here, I think, for the plane fly-through, and we'll see what it shows, because it's going to be flying through over the next few minutes. This is as of 2 minutes ago. I mean, it's going to be in there pretty soon. This thing's flying pretty fast, so we'll stay here. We'll see what happens. Yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. I'll answer a little bit more. I've answered pretty much all the questions that I think need to be answered, because, again, there's so many questions. Everybody's going to ask about their town and their city. Again, I try to at least give general breakdowns on areas, you know, counties even in some cases, so hopefully that's helped to some extent. But if you have any questions in general, I just recommend going back to the first 20 minutes of the stream. That's when we have most of the information there for you. It's a nice little detailed forecast breakdown. Is it on Flight Radar 24? I don't know. Let me look. I will check that out and see. I'm guessing it is. Maybe not. Oh, don't see it. I don't see it at all. Thank you, Gray, for the super chat. Yeah, that was crazy, dude. I have a YouTube short of that. I have a YouTube short of that happening. It was crazy. How's it going, Christopher? Guys, it's not snowing in Cape Coral. It's raining. It's like light rain and like wind. It's not snowing there. How many of you guys want to bet there's probably like 25 people at least that are watching right now that are actually sleeping? Like, they just actively have the stream on, and they're literally sleeping right now. What color is your wall? It is red. Hey, JP for the $10 super chat. Since it's a tropical, it's actually a hurricane. But does the water vapor taste like pina colada? That'd be pretty lit, not gonna lie. That'd be pretty lit. How many members do we have today? 78 members. We need 22 more for 100. I bet it's closer to 300 people sleeping. Imagine somebody who just woke up hearing that from my stream. It'd be kind of crazy. Crazy intuition. Somebody messaged me on Facebook. I'm not gonna say it, never mind. Thank you, Pray, for the super chat. I don't think he's wearing pants. Well, I'm not wearing pants because we're in Florida. There's like never a reason to wear pants. Unless it's winter. Getting close to 400,000 subscribers? Yeah, we are. I don't know where we're at right now. I'll look real quick. Yeah, we're currently 9 subscribers from 384,600. I don't know how tomorrow's stream's gonna go, but there is a chance that we get to 390 tomorrow. I wouldn't be surprised. But we'll see. Hey, Avery, for the super chat. Also depends on how long we're live tomorrow. I'm not sure how long we'll be live. And Hurricane Hunter aircraft can be flying through the hurricane over the next few minutes. We'll see if this is intensified. Once we get the first initial run through, that's at that point I'll probably just get off because I need to at least make some sort of video for early tomorrow morning. But you know, we'll see what at least this shows, because I think this will be interesting to see what happens. Thank you, Tech, for the super chat. Currently thinking, I'm still thinking landfall probably up. I would be surprised if it made landfall closer to Perry. I think the cone of uncertainty, though, is pretty good. It'll make landfall somewhere between about Apalachicola back through Perry. How do you get airplane data? You go to the right or left side of your screen, and then you click on tropical weather, and then hurricane hunters. And there's several of them to select. But the one that you want is the one that's updating. Unless you want past data. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, good morning. We're now 4 hours into the stream officially. Sheesh. Alright. Sorry, I was looking at other stuff. Anyone sailing through this thing? I highly doubt it. I don't know for sure. There's probably a map that you can track boats and stuff with. Have you ever seen any of my messages? I get over 2,000 in chatting, but I feel I feel lifted out. Oh, I'm guessing you meant left out. I've been here for 3 hours. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Like, there's been a lot of people chatting. I've missed a lot of messages. Like, it's hard to read every message. So if I've not read your message, it's not anything personal. It's just that again, the chat just goes too fast. So there are some days where we only have like 5,000 people watching. It's much easier to read chat. There are some days like today where we were talking about like a major hurricane potential, and you know, a lot of people are asking questions. It's, you know, it's not easy to be able to read every single thing in the chat. We should have an update on this aircraft in like 2 minutes or so. We'll see how far into the hurricane it is. How hot are the waters? Currently in like the low 90s for Fahrenheit. Pretty warm. Surprised there's 9,000 people still watching. It's crazy. It's like almost 2. It's almost 2 in the morning. It's pretty late. How fast is it moving? Currently about 10 miles per hour to the north. It's the current speed. Orlando should be mostly wind. Mostly just wind gusts. 50 to 60 miles per hour. Again, what we're waiting for right now is this Hurricane Hunter aircraft to go through the hurricane. It's on the map right now. Should go in here in a second. Will the hurricane hit Mars? Maybe. I don't know, man. If we're living in a simulation, you never know. Let's go, Michael. Thank you, Average, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. It really does look like it's snowing in Cape Coral, doesn't it? I keep seeing people talk about how it's snowing in Cape Coral, Florida. It really does look like it. Like, oh man, it really does. Can't believe you're still live. You've been on for hours. Yep. Been on for 4 hours and 2.5 hours earlier today. Oh, alright. The plane's getting closer. Starting to get some wind. Man, it might be another 20 minutes until this thing's actually in the core. I guess we'll just keep it going. Just wait to see what it looks like, and this is the latest update. Just came in 2 minutes ago. Plane is currently approaching the core of the hurricane. So we'll see what the winds are looking like. While we wait, what's everybody's favorite ice cream flavor? Let's get some interesting topics going in the chat while we wait for this. Been watching the whole time. It's crazy. There's a plane tracker. There is a plane tracker. Vanilla, strawberry, butter, pecan, chocolate. Chocolate is such a mid flavor. Chocolate ice cream? Like, that's so mid. Even vanilla is mid. Like, you have to at least have some sort of, like, you know, flavor. Like cookie dough, whatever it might be. Thank you, Jose, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Blueberry? I've never had blueberry ice cream before. Salted caramel chocolate. That sounds good. Birthday cake ice cream. That's like good for like one sitting, and then after that it sucks. Mint cookies and cream. That sounds pretty good. If you get the Breyers vanilla, that's like actually pretty solid in my opinion. But if you get any other vanilla, I think it's just kind of mid. Your hairline is mid. Thanks. Appreciate it. Baskin Robbins Nutty Coconut. That's pretty specific. Dr. Pepper ice cream. I remember when that came out. I was like so excited to go get that at a store, and they were all sold out, and I never actually got it. I heard a lot of people just saying mixed things about it. Thank you, Tech, for the super chat. I hope this thing's just a weak hurricane upon landfall and not what it's currently forecasted to be. You know, there's a lot of people being impacted by this, especially in Tallahassee. Hey, you okay for the super chat? I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Jeff, for the super chat. Even if it pulled east of Atlanta, I mean, it's still going to produce the same impacts, pretty much. Wind gusts being elevated. Be like the main concern across the board would be tropical storm force winds up that direction. But other than that, I mean, the only difference if it was a little bit further east would be the rainfall totals would shift a little bit east. Like the only difference. Yeah, I mean, right now it's the cone of uncertainty. It's an interesting looking cone, I'll tell you that. But you know, it's a pretty small range of where it's really going to go as it moves inland. So. Thank you, Angela, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Is this hurricane the fastest intensification one you've seen? No, because nothing's happened yet. we're still waiting to see if this is even intensified. The hurricane hunters again are going in right now, and we're gonna see if anything is happening, if anything's popping here. There's a chance that this is just still at the same intensity. It looks like it's organizing more, but it still looks like there's dry air just all around it. This doesn't look overly healthy. So, I don't know. It matters more about what's actually happening, though. The aircraft recon matters way more than infrared imagery, in my opinion. It tells way better story, because infrared imagery can sometimes be misleading. Thank you, Cole, for the super chat. Thank you, Hald, for the super chat. Haldino. I'm not sure about online meteorology. I don't really know. I don't know what colleges even have online meteorology, so I couldn't really give you any suggestions. But OU's pretty good, I'd say, in general for meteorology. If you're going in person. But I can't really vouch for anything online. Thank you, Jeff, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Alright, next data from the Hunter aircraft will probably be in like 5 minutes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Start my water bottle. All right, new tornado warning. Back over to the basically the same area as before. This is back over south of Cape Coral, just to the east of Maples. Actually got pretty strong rotation right now. So if you're in this pink polygon, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. Made me jump. It kind of made me jump too. Thank you, Jeff, for the super chat. I think I just said that. Potential for a fish NATO maybe just offshore of Naples. Where can I get that radar? Top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Radar Omega. That's the rotation, moving towards Interstate 75. Hold on, my dad's calling. Okay, thank you. Thanks for announcing that. CC hasn't updated yet. We'll see if there's a debris signature. Nope. All right, no debris signature as of right now, but definitely strong rotation. Could have a tornado. Be near the Picayune Strand Bell Med Unit, south of Interstate 75 in Florida. You want me to post this on your sites? You can if you want. I don't really care. You can if you want. It's up to you. Thank you, Christian, for the super chat. Thank you also, Dan, for the super chat. At this point, guys, I highly recommend just going back to the beginning of the stream. I'm not going to keep answering too many specific questions. I'm just trying to save my voice. So, I would just recommend going back to the beginning. I mean, I break it down everything in detail. But, yeah, I mean, it's getting late. I'm really just here right now for the Hurricane Hunter aircraft. We're gonna see if this is intensified or not. It's really what we're waiting for. Wind is getting strong in the Key West. Yeah, your peak winds will be here over the next really few hours through the morning. But friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, you gotta make sure to hit the red button down below and subscribe. Click the bell icon as well so you're notified when we go live for landfall coverage. And yeah, make sure to follow us on Twitter and Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. We'll continue to post updates on Hurricane Helene on those platforms. Thank you, Brock, for the generous $20 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Brock. How close can this thing realistically get to Safety Harbor, Florida? I don't know where that is. I'll look it up, but I'm kind of done looking up places for tonight. I've looked up a lot of places. Safety Harbor. That's over in Tampa. So basically, I'm not expecting this to get that much closer to Tampa. It's still pretty much the same impacts. Tropical storm force winds. Maybe some hurricane force wind gusts. And then storm surge up to 8 feet. Why am I not a hunter? I don't know why I would want to be a hurricane hunter. I don't know if I really want to fly through that crazy turbulence, you know? Be a lot of turbulence to fly through. Just not sure if I'd want to do that. You know, direct weather? Oh yeah, I've seen them. Uh-huh. I've seen plenty of people. That's gotta be a dangerous job. It can be. It can be. Gotta cancel a trip because of the hurricane? I'm sorry to hear that. This hurricane is dying. I don't think that's what's happening, but... yeah, we're just waiting. We'll have a new fly-through on this map here in a second. It should update in a moment. The Hurricane Hunter aircraft. Getting pretty close to the core, so see what it looks like. Hey, Brave for the super chat. No pineapples on pizza? Have to agree. Have to agree. Alright, here's the latest. They are flying through it right now. They're picking up on 50-mile-per-hour winds, pressure at 986. So next time that we get an update, which will be in about like 9 minutes or so, we'll see this probably into the actual like eye. So we'll have a better idea on intensity and stuff. It's still not going to be a four. I'm trying to think of the word, but basically it's not like for certain that this is the intensity that's happening right now, because the northeast side is usually where the most intense stuff is happening. It's going to do several fly-throughs, so we're only going to be here for the first one, but yeah. Why am I not afraid of chasing tornadoes? I feel like it'd be kind of cool to chase a tornado. Hurricanes, though, I mean, there's trees. They're going to be, like, swaying everywhere. Like, I just... no, thank you. At least not a Cat 3 plus hurricane. No way. I'm not up for that challenge. Actually, I would do it, but, like, no. No, thank you. Still got strong rotation approaching Interstate 75 in Florida. Again, tornado warning does continue going towards Ave Marie, just east of Naples. All right, since we are still waiting for this update from the National Hurricane Center, at this point, we're just going to be live until 2 o'clock in the morning, because like the update comes out in like 18 minutes. We're going to be back, or I'll be back in like 60 seconds. Just going to take a quick 60-second break. We are back. Stay tuned. All right. Where'd he go? I went to go make some donuts. That's what I meant to. That's what I went to go do. I'm gonna check Twitter real quick. I haven't looked at Twitter in a fat minute. See if anybody's saying anything interesting. I did forget the new hurricane models just came out. Let me check that out. I didn't think we'd be live this late, so I mean, might as well go check out the new hurricane model runs and see what they're showing. The 00Z model run just came in. This is the HAFSA, which shows it around the time that we're at right now, has it down to 963. I don't know if it's really that low on millibars. Has it making landfall in Florida at 942, which would be a Cat 3, low-end Cat 4 type hurricane. The wind barbs that are shown on here are like Cat 3 type winds. Let's see what the other hurricane models are showing. HAFS-B. It's down to 937, but it starts much lower, which is not what is currently being observed, so that's kind of irrelevant. HMON model. HOMON model is not even close, dude. This is just way... I think it starts way too low. I could be wrong. Yeah, this starts way too low. Yeah, it's just not parameterized well right now. Yeah, really the best model right now, it looks like on the hurricane models that just came in, is the HAFSA. Showing a 942. Hey, Joe, for the super chat. Thank you, Large, for the super chat. Also, thank you, Brock, for the super chat. But yeah, I don't know, man. This is a weird one. We'll see what the Hurricane Hunters get here in the next few minutes. That'll be kind of interesting. But yeah, so far it's been hasn't intensified as forecasted so far, at least not rapidly. When are you doing the next Toy Story movie? Dude, I do not sound like Buzz Lightyear. Here's the plan for tomorrow. As of right now, it's tentative, but this is the current plan. We'll have a video tomorrow morning, probably around like 6:25, 6:30 a.m. Central Time, so 7:30 Eastern. We'll have a live stream for Landfall, and that's going to be probably the only stream we do tomorrow at this rate. So we'll have a live stream for Landfall in the afternoon into the evening. So again, if you are new to the channel, subscribe, click the bell icon down below so you're notified when we go live. And yeah, we'll be, again, live for Landfall tomorrow of Helene. And we should have an update from the Hurricane Hunters here in about 4 minutes. Again, they're flying right through the core right now. I'll stop the loop. Is this weakening? I don't think so, but gotta find out some new information here in a minute, probably. Why is it pretzel-shaped? Sponsored? I don't think so. It's amazing that there's 9,500 people watching at this hour. I've got to agree, man. I don't know why there's so many people up still. I'm shocked. I'm stunned, to say the least, that we still have almost 10,000 people still awake watching. I'm telling you, dude, there's at least 100 people sleeping that are watching, though, right now. There has to at least be a minimum of 100 people watching that are sleeping. Alright, new hurricane data, or Hurricane Hunter data, probably 3 minutes away, maybe sooner. Thank you, Peter, for the super chat. I feel like this is gonna be a bust. We'll wake up tomorrow morning for this to be a Cat 2. Yeah, we'll see, I don't know. Again, my forecast this entire, like, last 48 hours has been a high in Cat 3, low in Cat 4. So, if it doesn't happen, I mean, yeah, I guess you can blame me. I don't know. Everybody's been basically forecasting around that, though. No problem, Large, appreciate you tuning in. Thank you, Jake, for the super chat. I don't know. Honestly, like, I had a lot of confidence that this would get to a low-end Cat 4, tomorrow, like, as in later today now, but, there's still a lot of time. I mean, again, landfall doesn't happen for another 22 hours or so. So there's still plenty of time for this to rapidly intensify. So, I still wouldn't be caught off guard. Again, I still think this has a very solid shot at making a run at a Cat 3 or Cat 4 upon landfall. For sure, Cat 3, I think, but Cat 4, still possible. But, with that said, again, just give it, you gotta kind of give it time here. I mean, again, you should be prepared for a major hurricane no matter what. I think that there's just, again, there's this sense here of reality where we're looking at a hurricane that, you know, just doesn't look that impressive. The winds aren't that impressive, but, you know, when we wake up tomorrow morning, it could be a completely different story. So, just don't be caught off guard. When's landfall? Probably around 10 o'clock tomorrow night. Somewhere around 10, I would say. Any storm chasers awake? I highly doubt it. Storm Intermedia is awake. They're driving to their hotel. I think Ben Williams is still awake too. I was just messaging him. Who's hitting Busch Gardens tomorrow? Is it even open? Alright. Hurricane Hunter thing should update here in a minute. Maybe sooner. Tornado warning was just updated. Check it out real quick. Still got strong rotation right now back over near Interstate 75. Still going. Alright. Any moment now we should have our new update on here. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Oh, sorry, Jake. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. I think I answered the first part, but have you ever had Moose Tracks ice cream? I actually just had it yesterday. Fun fact. So yeah, I've had Moose Tracks ice cream before. Go to bed. I'm gonna go to bed here soon. Waiting for this fly through, and then we're gonna also wait for that new National Hurricane Center update. Waiting on those two things right now. All right, here's the new fly through. And the winds on the northwest side of this hurricane are at 50 knots. It's like 55 miles per hour, which is tropical storm level. The question now is pressure, which they have measured pressure. We're going to see what the pressure looks like, but from what we are currently seeing, I don't think there's been any rapid intensification at all. Because the pressure, they've just basically flew through the eye. I'm waiting for Tropical Tidbits to update. I'm going to show you the graph on there. But it does look like that right now we are seeing no intensification since like 3 hours ago. But again, the National Hurricane Center has an update in 9 minutes. So we'll see if they have any sort of change to the forecast or anything like that. I'm tired. Holy crap. I can't believe our viewership keeps going up. What's going on, dude? Why do we have almost like 10,000 viewers now? Why are so many of you guys awake? It's crazy. It's 2 a.m. in Florida. Like, it's 2 a.m. for me. I can't believe so many of you guys are still up. It's crazy. I swear, dude, there has to be at least a few hundred of you, like, literally sleeping while you're here. No work tomorrow. Too scared to sleep. Europe is waking up. Europe is waking up. Awesome. Got the European audience tuning in for this. Hell yeah. My bed is next to my computer. That's kind of how it is for me, too. I appreciate you guys all tuning in. I mean, it's crazy that we have this many people still here. I mean, it's not unusual for us to have almost this many viewers on a stream. It's just, for this time of night with just waiting for an update is kind of crazy. I do appreciate you guys all tuning in. Again, if you're new to the channel, subscribe. We'll have, again, landfall coverage tomorrow, or technically today now. Thank you, Matthew, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. We're exactly 20 members away now from 100 on the stream today, so if you want to become a member, it's the join button down below. Second to top link in the description below as well. Exactly 20 more members to 100. We're about to hit 10,000 viewers, dude. It literally just keeps going up. It's kind of crazy. I'm being ignored. What do you mean? How's it going, Jeremy? Favorite flavor fish? You mean like my favorite type of fish? If you're talking about my favorite type of fish, I would say salmon. Salmon is probably up there. Nowhere Berggren from Fox 35 is still awake too, I think. I think he's still out there. You guys should all go like my tweet that I just posted on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. Let's get some comments, some retweets, and some likes on it. Let's do it. At MaxVelocityWX, go check out my tweet. Gotta check it out. Thank you fighting for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. So many likes we can get on that tweet for no reason. You can go like the tweet on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. See how fast we can get to, like, maybe we can get to like 100 likes from this stream. That'd be kind of crazy. Hey, J Money for the super chat. Weather app I recommend is Radar Omega. That's what we're using in today's stream. You can download it with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Dude. This tweet is blowing up for literally no reason. 83 likes and 12 retweets in the span of like 60 seconds is kind of wild, I'm not gonna lie. I had Matthew Capucci like my tweet. I wonder if he's gonna tune in. Bruh. It's pretty funny. Just made that tweet go ham. 131 likes, it's still going. Why am I still live? I'm just waiting for this update. I don't know why. I wasn't gonna be live this late, but we're definitely not going live tomorrow morning. There's no way. Earliest we go live is like at least 2 o'clock tomorrow. I'm going to get like 10 hours of sleep probably. Oh man, that tweet has almost 200 likes. People are gonna wake up tomorrow morning and be like, why did this tweet go so viral? 200 likes on this tweet? Such a mid-tweet. Or sorry, Twitter calls them posts now. Never mind, I forgot. They changed the name of them. The posts.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning. Same storm back over here in southwest Florida. Gonna be heading in the direction of Orange Tree. So if you're in Orange Tree, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building in southwest Florida. Still broad circulation right now. Moving north. We do have our new National Hurricane Center update, so let's go ahead and jump right into that, because that is what we've been waiting for. Jump right into that new National Hurricane Center update. I'm going to start by saying, this is from Matthew Capucci. We now have an air pressure below 970 millibars in the center of Helene. That means 4% of the atmosphere's mass is missing, spurring inward suction that generates the strong winds. Yet winds haven't responded yet. So, interesting stuff. Now let's check out the update and see if they've done anything here. So as of now, the maximum sustained wind still has a Category 1 hurricane, so no changes there. Currently moving north at about 12 miles per hour, so it's speeding up a little bit. Pressure is still at 971 millibars. So essentially what I'm telling you is that we stayed here and nothing's changed. Nothing has changed ever since. I don't know what the original forecast was here to, for this hurricane, but it's taken a while to really intensify here. But no major stuff with this outlook. Thanks for tuning in. Like, no one else to tell you guys. That was it. No other updates to the forecast, I don't think. Unless they change the storm surge forecast or something. I mean, this is the latest for the hurricane cone. The cone. There you go. Exciting. Let's go over to the storm surge forecast. Has that changed? Nope, it hasn't changed yet. They haven't updated it yet, but thank you, Stacy, for becoming a member and welcome to the Velocities. That might have been one of the most anticlimactic moments of any of our streams. Was right there. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed in the last 3 hours. It is still the same. Like a 1 millibar drop at most. So, yeah. Great stuff. Again, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We are really close, actually. We're 57 subscribers right now from 385. So, might as well hit it while we're here. Subscribe to the channel. We'll be live again for hurricane coverage when it makes landfall. Again, we are still expecting this to be a major hurricane, even though it's taking a while to intensify. So, just be prepared for that. Again, we've already kind of gone over all the forecast stuff, but yeah. Subscribe. Like the stream, all that sort of stuff. If you want to become a member, it's the top link in the description below. Thank you, Radar Omega, for sponsoring today's live stream. That is the top link in the description below if you want to download Radar Omega. Thank you, Mary, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. 2 away. Boom. 385. Sheesh. I think we've gained... How many subscribers have we gained today? We've gained like almost 8,000 subscribers today. That's crazy. Gritty tonight? We haven't done a gritty in a while. I'll do a gritty on the way out. Even though we didn't hit our member goal, but we'll do a gritty on the way out. It's been a fat minute since I've done one of these. Been a while. Like, I think it's been like a month since I've last done that. Bro is 8'7". I know. I am 8'7". Thank you, Matthew, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. A little rusty, I see. Thanks. If you do become a member of the channel, you do get a gritty emoji. Highly recommend you become a member. Again, join button down below or the second to top link in the description. Here's the latest, by the way. They just flew through it. I mean, again, the winds right now currently estimated at 53 knots. So the wind is struggling, but again, they'll do another fly through and we'll see what the winds actually are. But currently the pressure is around 970 on the latest measurement. So no intensification really. So nothing really new. But again, thank you guys all for tuning in. Appreciate it. Again, stay tuned. I'm going to redirect you to my next stream. So make sure you go to my next stream and click the bell icon on that stream and go like that stream too. Make sure to do that because that'll be our landfall coverage stream. Thank you, State of War, also for becoming a 2-month member. But thank you guys all for watching. Appreciate the generosity. Tell you guys we're off the charts with memberships and super chats and everything like that. So do appreciate you guys tuning in. Thanks for staying up with me until 2 a.m. Appreciate you guys all being here. And thank you guys so much for watching. Appreciate you guys all being here. And again, we'll be live again today, technically, for Landfall. So make sure you're subscribed and click the bell icon so you're notified when we go live. And we'll see you guys all again tomorrow. Assuming that this is a major hurricane, we're definitely going to be live for a while. But if this is... So for some reason, if it doesn't do something, which I still think it'll be a major hurricane, then, I mean, things might change. But thank you guys for watching. See you guys all again in the next stream, which will be again later this afternoon.